Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Mary Sky Readerly's video blog of Mary Sky. So I have a couple announcements for you all. Today is June 1st. Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? June 1st. So a couple people were asking me about the Social Security pay table. And I was like, well, last time I checked, it was the 2nd. Anyways, there's a PDF around you can look up. So it says here that Friday is the 3rd, so payday will be Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning for most people. Direct Express, it's always 10 o'clock. Fortunately, thank God we got rid of Direct Express. They're actually losing a lot of business. So then July, we all get ours on July 1st, apparently. The entire kit and caboodle, except for certain people, it just goes down the list. If it's on a Saturday, it always falls on a Friday. It's what it is, Again, the 3rd's in December. It's on the 2nd. I mean, that's what it is, but so anyways, I wanted to share that with you all besides the little popping up as usual. I have a couple announcements to make for you all. Apparently, Sister Pee-wee, again, I gotta thank her wholeheartedly. Apparently, she decided to order me an early birthday present. It shows that some people who are part of the inner circle of the moderating team is concerned for my well-being. And, the problem is Chloe. I mean, I already wrote Chloe on and on and on, and I know Pee-wee ain't around, but I'm not going to be here for like 4 or 5 hours. I will come back later today when Pee-wee gets on if she wants to talk. So, as you all can see, I'm drinking coffee with powdered milk. I made up a batch. The last of my powdered milk was used. Yesterday I had tea. Today I had something else. But I want to talk to you all about what I'm feeling today. Literally. So, I got an email this morning and I called Dad late. And then I decided after the email I was going to pull it up on my computer and then I would play the video on my TV, which I do. And it's, I got it set to the stream directly to Roku from the computer. And I watched this video, and my opinion is this, okay? I love Pee-wee dearly. I'm not going to sit there and say, she's wrong because in her mind and her people's mind, it's right. But I have to be neutral, okay? I have to be neutral between politics. I can't be for or against Republicans or Democrats. And I have to be like the Queen of England. I got to stay silent. But on a whole, basically, and being what some people say, God's prophet, you haven't seen nothing yet. All right. They say, oh, we have to have Donald Trump win. I got to be neutral. I can't basically, until we get closer and closer to November, election day, I have to stay quiet. I mean, look, let me put it this way. It's June, okay? There's 3 problems we have, 3 problems that's coming up in politics, okay? And I can talk about it, but I can't basically be for or against. Thank God Chloe keeps bringing me my newspapers, okay? Problem 1, the main problem of the week, gun control. You got a lot of people basically standing up and telling the Republicans enough's enough. I mean, look, one guy turned around and literally said he's not going to be voting for Beto O'Rourke because Beto stood up to the gun lobbies and the dickheads in Texas and said, I mean, look, a lot of these people sit there, okay? A lot of these people say, oh, they're traitors. Let me put it this way, okay? For the love of my sister Pee-wee and Dan, my brother Dan, okay? Pee-wee loves the bunny. Is this. Pee-wee sits there and says, oh, we got to do this, this, and this. Well, I'm staying neutral. But here's the truth about politics, okay? Let's put it this way, okay? Hypothetically, right? Pee-wee says we need guns. We need to keep guns. We need to keep guns, okay? People said that in Texas for a long time until, and I want you all to think about this, all the viewers to think about this, where I'm going with this discussion this morning. When people sit there in Uvalde, Texas, 19 kids and 2 adults, dead, mind you, or Sandy Hook or whatever. They started putting pressure to do something, right? In Texas, they don't care. It's like, oh, well, it's another death. Who cares? But apparently the parents care, and other people are feeling it through the state of Texas. You see, there's these fucking nut job people that would rather fucking worship their guns than fucking worship their child. And that is the problem. They'd rather have their gun rights than their kid. Their kid is collateral damage, in their opinion. To them, if the state of Texas is going to bury their kids, it's one less mouth to feed, in their opinion. Maybe they didn't like the kid anyway, so they're just like, oh, he's dead. Cool. There's people out there that think like that, but the other people out there turn around and they sit there, right? The big, stout gun owners, right? Now, let me give you an example, okay? If my cousin and cousin-in-law owned guns, which they don't, okay, which they do not, and they sent their kids to school. They don't have kids, so technically this is a big hypothetical. And they had kids, and they had guns, and their kids died from massive school shooting. Would they say, oh, we need more guns in classrooms? No, because a lot of people don't feel comfortable carrying guns. You can't force someone who doesn't want to carry a gun, so you put more resources out there to protect the students. Now, if that doesn't work, put cameras in. If that doesn't work, who knows, right? There's other ways of doing it, but instead, people are turning around and they're asking the serious question. And you can sit there and say, oh, what's that? Simple one. What if it was your kid? Huh? How would you do it? Would you cling to your rifle more? Or would you sit there in tears and ask yourself, what would you do? You see, people like me and my cousin and cousin-in-law, Pee-wee, Chris, Mark, Higgins, most of my moderating team wouldn't know what to do if the kids were killed. Everyone's fumbling around for that. Not to mention, they're basically trying to destroy this problem too. See, gun control they want to do, right? There's a lot of people out there in America that say it's time to freaking give some type of reforms to keep them out of the hands of the single terminating terrorist that runs around and kills massive shootings. Let me put it this way, okay? I'll tell you, there's really reasons why my husband would have been alive. He would have analyzed this, okay? And as a Sherlock Holmes person, I've analyzed this, okay? I'll tell you exactly what's going on. One is, they basically didn't pick a location like a mall or a hotel or whatever, okay? They chose a school because schools are gun-free zones. As long as a school is a gun-free zone, they're going to target the schools. So the only ones that should have special permission is multiple things. Now, if they're worried about kids being shot, put in a security guard in each classroom. Why not have a teacher? Why not train our police officers that went to school for police officers? Train them also in a secondary curricular activity. Instead of picking donuts up, basically teach them to know schooling. So they're wearing their police uniform, and they start to teach the class. Maybe we need police officers / teachers, and that would freaking fix the problem. Kid gets out of line, he's like, he's gonna be, you could basically do that. Only call your radio if you need real emergency, Otherwise, you keep it low. Or you have a way to keep it set up so people know what's going on. I mean, think of it. But no, but then, you got these Republicans out there that are saying, look, this could be my kid. Democrats are going in full droves. Some Republicans are too. Some of them are sitting there seeing the whole debacle in Texas over who was, when, where, and why, So while Pee Wee says, and all these people say we need Trump back in 2024, I can't tell you what's going to happen. That's the thing. As a prophet, I can't tell you who's going to win. I can tell you 2022 is looking pretty mighty thin, and the Democrats are energizing their base more and more. Look, us Republicans and Democrats and neutral people, we all got to stick together. It doesn't matter. Which reminds me, I need to tune my watch up real quick. There we go. The point I'm trying to make is it doesn't matter what affiliation you are. What matters is you all keep saying the country's going down the shitter. Well, let me put it to you this way. The United States is imploding within itself. Okay, we have too many problems. Okay, people aren't tackling the problems. They promise they'll get into office and then they can't do shit because everyone knows it's a money ploy. Work 6 years in the U.S. 5 years minimum. Let's just say 6 for one term in Congress, Senate, and 3 terms in Congress. You get a retirement the rest of your life, better than what you get working at home for 5 years and doing nothing. And this is why people do the job. Fortunately, they're doing a shitty job. You guys can sit there and say, "Oh well, what are we going to do about this or that?" I'll tell you. I love all of you. Everyone. And I feel embarrassed as I was telling Pee Wee, about the whole toilet paper debacle. If Chloe had more common sense, we wouldn't be in this mess, But, anyways, shall we just continue down the pipe of what we're talking about? Let me tell you what's going on, all right? I need to check on something new as for history. Here we go. The recently closed. Yeah, here we go. So I'm looking at something here that I was looking for. Yeah, so what I'm looking for is so I have something to share with you that might be of an interest to you all. So I was sitting around dude, I didn't check this from this long. Come on. Sorry about this. I'm just looking for something under my thing. I did a video yesterday, so it was like I keep my I keep my see, I'm trying to look for something in the history to make sure my buddy was right, but right now I'm having some trouble with you know. See, when you have all these things, you're looking for certain things and you're like, okay, and then you try it again and then you try again. And in the end, you can't find half the things. I was looking for booze here. I remember I was talking about booze and before I went to bed that one night, Monday, I think it was. But I'm looking for, certain website. Yeah, so I mean, I'm literally halfway down my list till like Monday at 2 p.m. and I still can't find what I'm looking for. And this is because sometimes I use my tablet too, and it links up with my thing. So every time, I just get tired of and then you're looking around. There it is. So if I go refresh, so apparently, yeah, it's okay. So he hid the website, but I found it through my history. So that makes me happy to know I actually figured it out. But oh yeah, see, sold. Oh well. See, I was just checking on that anyway. So okay, so thanks for being patient with me, everyone. So let's get down to it. So gun control. Republicans are duking it out with Democrats, and the Republicans right now literally are losing, from what I understand from newspapers and everything I've been reading, due to the fact that people are now saying enough's enough. You can worship your guns, but you shouldn't be worshiping your guns this much because your grandkids or your kids or whatever are dead. And people are realizing, what if their kids are next? What if their grandkids are in another state where they're not being protected? Think of it. They're now realizing what's more important, the guns or the kids. When a parent loses a child, some people just say, "Oh well, it's a kid," but others it hollows them out. Their kid, their joy is gone. So, what do we do? Think about it. That is why I'm here to talk to you guys about it. Now, number two, Roe versus Wade. Now, my family and everyone says, "Oh, it doesn't matter." It does if they got put a bounty on your head because you leave for Texas and you go and get it done in California. It puts a bounty on their head. And literally, then they put a bounty on the doctors' heads. And then the states are putting in laws that the doctors can't be touched from another state. Then you have basically a mini civil war between doctors and state officials from a thing like Texas. See, Texas thinks they're big and big, wearing big old britches, and they could threaten people with guns. Literally, that's the way it is with Texas. Texas sits there and says, "Oh, California, we're going to arrest you, all the doctors that do abortions, and string them up for 50 years." California can turn around. California's got the fourth biggest economy in the world right now. Do you think they'd give a shit at what Texas does? No, they could just call in the National Guard, mow down any of the freaking bounty hunters. I mean, think of it. We're looking at this, so people are worried about all these trigger laws. So what are they doing? They're going and saying, "Look, you vote on this, or the Supreme Court rule supersedes and rules against, mind you, read my lips again, goes and rules that women's rights don't mean shit, women are going to go out and vote in droves." Now, do you remember, there's two things that they could do. I'll tell you what they could do, okay? On an unprecedented move, the Supreme Court can't touch the person that leaked it. Literally, they can't. So, what are they doing? Well, they're turning around and they're delaying and buying time. Literally, they're buying fucking time. They're turning around and being like, "Who will you know?" Meanwhile, they're doing two things: watching the polls. Women are going in droves. If they basically keep going in droves, right? These Trumpers sit there and say, "Oh yeah, we're going to take away women's rights." Pee Wee needs to realize, and other people, if these Trumpers that are backed by Trumpers saying that your abortion rights don't mean shit to them. These ones running and being endorsed by Trump, the women are basically speaking out and saying, fuck you, we're going to do it our way. And they're voting in droves. I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, everyone sits there and says, oh, Trump's going to save us. No. Between now and 2024, there's going to be a lot of serious shit. But guess what? There's nothing we can do about it. But we need to prepare for the worst, for what's coming down the pipe wintertime. But, so you go, Roe versus Wade, right? That also basically get triggered same-sex marriages and everything else falling down the shitter too. Dissolving everything they want to dissolve, making this a country for only fascism, whites, pure superior whites. Sorry to say, but that does not sound like a country that looks good. I thought I would share that with you all. Now you say, oh, well, that's too, thing is they're waiting for that to go through. Now the Supreme Court's trying to milk it. They're trying to make it so they can delay it long enough to rework the thingy so they don't take it away, because they know once they take it away, shit's going to hit the fan. Now, if they can basically back to work by basically saying we can't do this, the political fire is there, then they can turn around and leave it go. But then if they do that, they can turn around and vote on loosening the gun things. But that's another thing that's looking bad. You see, not only Roe versus Wade, they're sitting there minding their own business. They're literally basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. You see, if they turn around, all right. If they turn around and they watch it this way, they're going to try to rewrite it so they can basically say, it was just a leaked an opinion draft. We made a mistake, and they're going to try to fix it. But because of the whole mass shooting thing, now they have to look at do we tighten concealed carry or not? And if we don't, we better have a damn good reason for it. You know what the reason is? There's going to be too many people mentally ill and more walking around with concealed carrying guns, killing people. It'll be basically walking around to a massive killing field. Once they loosen that, they know it's that someone could be walking down the street, and they could just be like, hi, how are you? And next thing you know, guns out, someone's plugging you just because you're being nice to them. And they're like, oh, they threatened me, they harmed me, I was threatened, I was scared. I mean, it could look like that. They could basically let this country go down to a lawlessness between the National Guard, the UN, and the NATO can march in and take everyone's guns. I mean, look at it. Point is you got to look at it from a point of view. What are you going to do? I mean, think of it. They're basically got gun control on the books that they're working on. They want to loosen gun control, but they can't do that because people are saying dissolve the Supreme Court due to the fact that they want to rule for the NRA and concealed carry. But if they don't, then the citizens are going to go in droves and vote them out anyways. Even though they think their jobs are sincere, there's people talking about dissolving the Supreme Court. They're an antiquated piece of equipment in this Constitution that only get benefits from themselves. But if they get rid of the Supreme Court, the laws are interpreted, or they turn around and restrict it to 4-year terms. Like the president gets 1 term, they get 1 term. President gets 2 terms, they get 2 terms, and they're out. Plain and simple. It balances everything up. But then we basically have Supreme Courts, The thing is, we're looking at a big problem. Now you say to me, oh, well, think of it. You got 2 major issues. You got gun control on one hand and abortions on the other. You got the women's rights on one hand, men's and women's rights on the other. they're waiting to see what happens. Now, if they fuck up and take away Roe versus Wade, you bet your ass the fucking Democrats have got this one in the bag. And gun control, if they loosen gun control, the people are going to be really pissed because, again, they got that in the bag again. You see where I'm going with this? Leaving what? Leaving the third problem. Third problem was what the Democrats are bankroll, or not Democrats, the Republicans are bankrolling on it. Let me use the restroom. I'll continue. Okay, so it's time for my dip. I want to explain it to you, okay? So the Republicans think they got it in the bag for problem 3, right? Problem 1, they can't. They're worried, right? But they're not too worried because if it happens, well, the Republicans lose their voting base. It's because Here's the thing. I saw a poll recently or a discussion about voting rights. You know what it said? It said, you're gonna love this, everyone. It said that the people that are going to be voting the Republicans out in this 2022 election is the suburban people from the suburbs, not the rural douchebags. The rural douchebags don't care, but where I live, the rural douchebags literally care about the women's rights, and right now they care about gun control. They care, and where I used to live is Republican. So trust me, the Republicans that they're out there, they think we need more tighter gun control against people suicidal or whatever. But the problem is, right? They want to say mental health is the problem. We need to pay for more mental health, right? I'd like to say something before I continue with problem 3, right? Of what's going to kill through the suburbia, right? Suburbia, basically, I'll just finish this part up first in suburbia. They say if they got to send their kids to school, they want gun restriction in full force. If they are going to basically told they can't control their own female body, they're voting the bastards out too. So anyway, look at it, suburbia is going to basically run them out, and that's the thing. The Republicans think that the suburbia people are worried about problem 3. But let's go with problem 1 again, gun control for a second. What did I say? Oh, we need better mental health. Texas last month April, 2 months ago, give or take, whatever. Let's just say 45 to 60 days ago, they cut out mental health. I got friends in Texas that message me and they say they cut out almost $212 million, right? $212 million to go send people to border. So guess what? If anyone, it's these fucking idiots in the fucking capital of Texas that are the fucking douche nuggets that turn around and fucking screw over people. I mean, look, my cousin's paying taxes down there. They shouldn't be fucking cutting his fucking taxes, his mental health to go pay for fucking some guy the border. The fucking government's got the border patrol. The state shouldn't be paying for the border by cutting out mental health. That's the fucking problem. And this is why people say you shouldn't be trusting going to Texas anyways. Now, we're not going to sit here and belittle Texas and belittling the politicians in Texas. There's many fine people in Texas. It's really funny. Thank God my cousin doesn't pay attention to these long videos when it comes to, early mornings, when I do them, because they're going to work. So I don't think they're going to be tuning in at 5 a.m. Texas time to listen to me while they're driving to work. Because frankly, if they did, they couldn't comment anyways. But then again, it'd be an entertaining factor anyways for this video podcast this morning. I mean, if people started in Texas, if she started a movement where people started listening to me from Texas, it would be interesting because you know what? I'm for the Texan people. I just am against the fucking politics when it comes to fucking either Democrat or Republican. Thing is I used to say I'm Republican, but you know what? That didn't do too well. Then I said I was Democrat. That didn't do too well. So now I'm neutral. I don't, but okay. I have my own opinions anyways. But problem one, right? The suburban people are going to go in full droves to get rid of these people that think that their people's gun rights are more important than their children who might be next on the list. And those children should be well protected. I think if we don't have enough people to protect their children, there's a problem. And that's a big problem. And that's a major problem. And we don't need to have our kids killed because of it. Now, shall we continue? So, 2 is, like I said, is Roe versus Wade. That was like a couple weeks ago's problems on the newspapers, but it's still a big problem. So you're having problems. Now, the Republicans don't think that Roe versus Wade means shit. They are not telling you that your body isn't yours, and they're not telling you that you can go to jail for 5 to 10 years if you're in Texas, or 5 to 10 years, or even get the death penalty in certain states if you have an abortion after you've conceived the sperm of a man and your eggs fertilized. So, what are they doing? They're going out in full droves to vote these fuckers out. Now, the third problem is what the Republicans are bankrolling. But between now and November, Biden's going to stabilize the economy. Now, I did a poll recently, right? Literally a poll, right? My family's like, oh, don't you worry about this and this and this. No, I don't. You know why? I don't give a shit about gas. I don't give a shit about gas. If they're working, let them worry about gas, right? Every person that said, are you worried about gas prices, said no. And this is the reason why. I'll tell you why, okay? 95% of people don't worry about gas. All right? People don't worry about fucking high prices. There's always a way to save on money on gas, okay? And I'll tell you what that is. And people know this already. It's all over the newspapers. Most of the places that own cars, if they leave them parked in their garage, locked up, and they know where they're going, they can basically take the light rail. Let's just say you live in a massive system with a metropolis, right? A metropolitan system, right? One, all they got to do is climb on a bus, right? Or a train or a tram, and they get anywhere they need to know in massive transportation, right? Maybe they spend $5 a day. That's that gallon of gas, right? To go anywhere they want, right? Like Portland or Seattle. Yeah, if you're elderly or disabled, you get it for half price off. Do you think anyone gives a shit? No. Here's the problem with these fucking stupid ass fucking Republican dickheads, right? Most of them want to live in the fucking rural community, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we got to go after these people because our gas is so high. Mm-hmm. The redneck killjacks, right? But the redneck killjacks don't realize that fucking some of these places, like I lived in a red city, Republican city. They had mass transit all over. You can fucking hop the bus anywhere. Do you think fucking people care about gas out there? No. They'll just hop the bus here and hop the bus there and hop the bus here and hop the bus there. And then transfer to get to another city nearby that's got another bus system. Smaller communities are getting mass transit. You could say, oh, well, and if you need to go between major cities, you either take Greyhound, which is still a good bus, or you take the train. What's that tell you? It tells me that no one gives a shit about fucking gas prices. They want to sit there and say, oh, the working class. 87% of the working class live in fucking metropolis areas, except for these fucking hilljacks that want to be fucking living in places where they don't have bus service. And all they got to do is to fix the gas problem is fucking put in a bus service from here to here to here to here to here. Then what? Literally, these fucking Republicans are making problems where there is no problems to be had. Look, you could sit there and be Elon Musk and be like, oh yeah, Rita's completely wrong. Rita's wrong. If you ask Elon my opinion or his opinion about mass transit, he could sit there and say, well, she's got a good point. Look, you can save a lot of fucking gas if you made electric powered buses that went from grid to grid to grid to grid to grid. He can make himself start himself an electrified bus service, or a Tesla bus program, which means a Tesla bus division, for example. And guess what? I mean, it's a good idea. And what does he do? He claims he's for lower gas emissions. So more people are riding buses now, right? And then people say, oh, well, the whole thing about gas prices are how down. You know what happened during the pandemic? And it's still happening today. People are sucking up bicycles, used bicycles, new bicycles, repairing the tires, doing whatever. Bikes, trikes, bikes. Why? Because they can fucking go from point A to point B, and if they have to take their bike, they can load it on a bus, take it across town, and then ride the bikes more until they get their stuff done. That's the problem. The problem is, look around. People are fucking standing around and looking at it from a point of view. You sit there and say, oh, well, think of it. That's why no one gives two shits about fucking gas right now. Literally. You either have mass transit or you're fucking riding a bike or trike. Or some people are investing in the electric Medicare, Medicaid approved scooters. Plug it in your wall and drive anywhere you need to go around your little town. It works. Anyway, look at it. There's so many options. Excuse me for 1 second. I'm in the toilet. There's so many options how to save the country. Okay. Another thing I want to share with you, I haven't done my dip yet, is this. You turn around and you bitch, right? People bitch, people gripe, people complain, right? Has anyone fucking realized I'll tell you a little secret about conserving powdered milk, okay? If you are out in milk, literally, right, and you drink it with coffee like I do, there's two things you do. One, you take your powdered milk from time to time, make sure to keep the powder in the bottom formulating, like this, for example. Always carry a whisk. I keep telling Chloe that a power whisk would be good for a gift, but you know what? She's too stupid to even pick up on any of it. Alright, so what you do is you stir the bottom of it from time to time, like this, or with a spoon. See, this is all the milk that I have until payday, Friday, which means in approximately 50 hours, I will be getting milk and tobacco. Not that I need to worry about tobacco, but I also need to get a gift card sent out to Pee Wee because, it's not her job to get toilet paper. That kind of was a shock to me. But anyways, let's just get back to the truth, okay? So basically, there's other people out there that turn around and they literally turn around and they walk places. For example, you live in a rural community, right? Small community, maybe it's a farm community like I lived in, Quincy. Everywhere you went is a walk. Take a shopping cart. Got too hot in the summertime, you take your walks in the morning and the evening. Sometimes you can see the fruit bats and going through the cemetery and stuff. But you know what? That was pretty fun. You see, you had walking and everything. But also, just to let you know, we had transportation that took us to the nearest town, which is Ephrata. Now, when we lived in Ephrata, we only went to Moses Lake probably twice in the course of 2005 to 2016. Twice. Otherwise, we didn't go there until we started having our doctors in Moses Lake, which means we had to get off the bus and then, etc. And eventually, we changed our doctors when our doctor left. Dr. C left to retire. So we went to another place, and that's when we decided to choose Moses Lake, right? Moses Lake had a big hub. Early morning, if you had to go to the big clinic, you just hop on a bus and it took you directly there. The stopover in Quincy, stopover in Ephrata, Quincy, and then, you know, thing is that was just that. You can also do transfers if you were just taking a bus leisurely. So people don't really give a shit about gas. Now, if they live in a small rural community, what are they worried about the most? I'll tell you, they can walk. Where I live now is a rural community, but you know what? I'm surrounded on four sides with water, so technically I'm an island, right? Doesn't matter. I can walk anywhere I need to go if I want to go outside. But the pandemic's really doing a number for people. So people are like, oh, well, which brings us back to why inflation is what the Republicans are. Republicans are not taking the blame for it. They blame the Democrats. Truth is, the Republicans are the ones that's freaking getting the blame for it. They gave the stimulus checks, and they figured that everyone would be smart enough to prop the economy up because stores were worried about it. You see, what happened is the stores basically turned around and lobbied for the stimulus because they know they were going to get more money to get richer. But they didn't tell you is once these stimulus checks all ran out, the stores would take a slump. So what is the stores doing? They're taking two online stores, Walmart and Amazon, are taking food stamps. Amazon started, Walmart picked up the pace. Now what? Now people are worried. Oh, the food are so expensive. That's because too many people are quitting their jobs, not going to work. And so they're living on the dole. Whether it's, for example, I bought this phone, okay? I bought this phone. This phone's old, now, people say to me, oh, why don't you have a smartphone? Because I don't trust the government tracking me. But why do they want you to have a smartphone? To track you. But because I keep my phone off, the secret is to not being tracked by the government is to turn your GPS off, turn your power off when your phone's not being in use. That's one way to keep it completely off. Without the GPS, and if you really are serious about worried about government tracking, you turn off the and you make sure you get one that has a removable battery. And you just pull the battery. Trust me, people would know this. This doesn't have a removable battery, but it's off. It's off, and I only use it as for whatever reasons, So this is my phone. I'm on food stamps, $20 a month, and that includes the unlimited minutes. But if they ever took me off of the phone program, I could turn around and I can pay $15 for this phone until it falls apart, or until the battery gives out, or whatever. Thing is, man should not be needing, but they're gonna basically take away this eventually. They'll say, oh, you got to have a 5G phone. When that happens, he already knows. I'm going to tell the government to fuck off. I ain't going to fucking get a 5G phone. If they fucking make it mandated, I'll just keep putting my toilet. I'll just say, well, you know what? You buy the phone. Otherwise, otherwise, I'll just throw it away. And by the way, I live with surrounding water. So all you got to do in the middle of the night, throw your phone somewhere where no one sees it, and you're done. You can basically walk down in an area where no one sees you and just throw it into the ocean. You can be on a ferry boat in the middle of the night going from one place to the other, and you can just say toss it. As long as no one sees it, What are they going to do here? Oh, yes. So phones get hit once in a while. The ocean's pretty damn bad. What, fish is going to eat it and get poisoned? That's just ideas. I wouldn't do it in our oceans. But thing is, there's ways to get rid of your phone if you really don't want to be tracked, But they're worried about gas prices. Well, and then they say, oh, well, a lot of people are getting free phones. People are getting free internet. People are getting, and then they don't want to work because the pandemic, And that's the thing. They think that now they think they need more extended food stamps. Which I go to the welfare office from time to time at the Twitter page. So I went there the other day to read some comments. I think it was on Facebook, but anyways, they were talking about you know That's the thing, you see. Yeah, people are complaining about food stamps, food bank weights, But the thing is, they're like, oh, we can get an emergency food allotment for June. The thing is, they can go till July before they run out. And the thing is, some states are taking all that emergency food allotment money and putting it literally towards lowering taxes, like Texas and stuff, and it ain't gonna work. And then when they run out, they're still paying our gas vouchers or whatever. The thing is this is the thing. If we turned around and made the better America better, we could fucking put in every big rural community could have their own little bus system, and then people can get around. Then what? That takes out 80-90% of the gas problems, right? But then they say, oh, the food problem. The food problem is because people are quitting their jobs. The pandemic is hurting them. The pandemic's hurting them because people are not working like crazy, you know? And people don't want to work, so they're living out Social Security, sometimes Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, cell phones, free internet, whatever they can get their damn grubby hands on, right? But then they complain about the price of food, right? Let me just tell you what I did, okay? This morning I had an exercise when I got out of bed. You can sit there and say, an exercise? Yes, an exercise. I turned around and I went online to two shops, right? And I went to Safeway just to see what they have on sale, right? You know what I found? I found Safeway's new ad that just came out this morning has good deals on meats. Literally. And Chloe's like, oh, that's good. That's good. Literally, these are things right now where at the beginning of the month they're lowering the prices. So every person who gets Social Security, right? What do you think Social Security or Safeway, for example, or some of these people that do the ads every Wednesday. Let's just say my mother's Social Security check was the second Wednesday of every month, right? I think Sister Pee Wee's was the third Wednesday of every month, or might be the fourth Wednesday. Don't quote me on it. But you know what? You do the math on that, right? That they coordinate the Wednesdays so people can take the checks and buy food with it if you didn't know. But people sit there and say, see, the people don't realize that. That's why they basically coordinated on Wednesdays. You see, I'm not dumb. But the third thing the Republicans worried about is inflation. But if you basically go ahead and counter the inflation problem with looking at coupons and doing deals and checking online shopping things and going to your local grocery stores when the sales are on and you go weekly, you could basically make your money last during an inflationary time. So you won't even have to worry about gas that much, and you don't have to fucking worry about fucking uh, food prices if you know what you're doing. And that's why here at Barry Sky Readley's video blog, we will be doing a video of how to make things last. Right. There's people out there asking me to get back to my other channel for how to save money so they can buy cigars in this pandemic. So people know how to play the cards right. They won't have to worry about food. I've seen they won't have to worry about food. We can order Walmart. Well, we're gonna do two experiments this month, okay? Experiment one is through Walmart. Experiment two is meats. Okay, we gotta make sure we have enough meats for the month. So we're gonna experiment with that too, right? There you go. So you guys get to know how to. And my little guy here just looking for food. Told Chloe to pull up some hay. He's been eating what he can. So, Friday we got to get him some more. Okay, so this should be good for a while. As long as he doesn't ask for a lot more, we should be fine. We're really, really conserving right now because, then again, he's supposed to have 1/8 a cup of food every day. He gets more than that. He's a little tiny bunny anyways, but still, he's a fat little turd. He likes to eat a lot. So, back to my story. So, basically, if you look at the Republicans, they have a lot to lose this election due to the fact that they can't win right now unless they have something energizing themselves. They can't win. They cannot freaking win. Right now, it looks hopeless because but you still got to wait for three problems. One, what Roe versus Wade's going to do and what the Republicans that are voting are going to do about gun control. And I'm talking voting as in the citizens that are now thinking that their kids need to be protected. And go from there. And that's how I see it. That's how I see it, I see it as, what are we going to do? And that is something I want to share with you all, too. The fact that, we got to wait and see. But at the same time, the economy is, people say, oh, well, we got to worry. No, you don't. You see, the problem is the people that are pushing to extend food stamps or give more payout, they can't push for an extra payout because in July, apparently July food stamp runs out. So unless they reissue another year of food stamp pandemic, no, which they could. Right now, no one's talking about that. They're talking about gun control and inflation. But thing is if you look at the more and more people that are getting away from driving cars, they're taking public transportation, which means they're putting more money in their pocket for less for gas because they're not driving gas. They're investing in healthy alternative bicycles, scooters, tricycles, you name it. They're just hopping on there. What about the rest? You see? There's too many people out there that think the economy is hurting. Too many people out there talking about who's gonna worry about what. I'll tell you who's worrying about what. Most people. I got into an argument with someone. Right? They said, "Well, the economy. People are gonna base the economy over." No, they won't, because most of the fucking people in this day and age, the millennials and the Gen Zers, they got fucking bicycles and they take public transportation. That's why they don't give two shits about fucking gas. It's like Cactus Blossom. If she had to, she'd fucking turn around and fucking take public transportation all the time. Well, she does. Say a few dollars, buys a weekly pass, she's off to work, knows the bus pretty well. I mean, literally. Some people have to take their cars, other people, they don't have to. Ride a bike, they're happy as a clam. Take their car only during rainy days, no problem. Some people are downsizing their cars to, winter days when it snows and riding a motorcycle. And if gas is getting high and the motorcycle is not getting them good miles, they'll take bicycle. There's so many different alternatives of transportation. They don't really give two shits about gas prices. They're literally, what are people doing? Go down to certain places, ask for a bicycle. I know Pee Wee couldn't hop on a bike and run around town, but I love Pee Wee anyways. She's a sister of Dan. Thing is, I can't. Dan has to run. What was it? Pee Wee said like 70 miles round trip a day. That's 35 one way. That's a long time. You see, here's the problem. Okay, my family lived in a place, right? Here's what I'm going to say about my family. Okay, is this: I love them dearly, but they want to sit there and flee to a red state. That's fine and dandy, but you know what? They could have saved a lot of money by fucking driving to the parking ride, parking their car dirt cheap, and taking the fucking bus into work or the train. They had a train line basically that went all the way to downtown Portland from Hillsboro to Forest Grove. I mean, literally, they were almost outside by Hillsboro and Forest Grove, But guess what? They decided to, quote unquote, leave. And then they say, a lot of people say, oh, well, we need to worry about our gas prices. No, we don't. The retirees don't. They can stay home if they don't. They want to fucking bitch about it. The thing is that you made yourself retired. You want to fucking sit there and say gas needs to be 70 cents a gallon? And it'll never be 77 cents a gallon. In 82 or something like that, 83 was 77 cents a gallon. Now look, people could, now gas is whatever it is. I don't care because I don't drive. And they say, oh, you should care. No, I don't. You see, most of the people in the newspapers and all over the country has a bus system they can take, or a train system, light rail, or a train, or, a metropolitan thing. No one gives a shit. Literally, there's people that sit there and they don't even worry about gas prices because they fucking take a train. I mean, one of my doctors, right, I'm close to, still close with email and everything, she's taking the train. She won't drive her fancy car to work anymore. It's just too expensive, even for a doctor. But you know what? She's a Democrat. So she said, you know what? This might be the best way to go. I mean, literally. I mean, think of it this way. You leave, we walk. We get on a ferry. We get off the ferry. We walk maybe, 500 feet. We get into the bus line. We take the bus to Park and Ride. We transfer to another bus. That bus takes us either to the smoke shop / casino or takes us to downtown Mount Vernon. We transfer to another bus. We go to Walmart. We go to Burger King. We go to this. We hop on another bus. We want to go to Sears or to the mall or to whatever. Then we backtrack all the way back. How much does it cost? $250 a day for us. We get home, we're tired, but at least we basically saved a shit ton of money. And the driver that got our money, no problem. But the people turn around and say, oh, well, we're sure, you know what? Most mini cities or smaller cities have a bus transit. Every county that I've seen so far has a bus system. The more buses the more the buses are, the more they can replace the buses when they clock out, and they can recycle them and then get new buses and do the same. Whereas the only ones that are fucking worried about their fucking gas prices, these fucking panty-waist Republicans that live out in rural sticks that have to drive hour and a half to get somewhere. I mean, if they just started putting bus lines everywhere, the fucking gas prices would go through. They probably you would see less cars on the road because people, they put in more buses. But you know what? Or trains. They could put in a light rail system all over the place. When there's so much excess land in Texas, put in some train lines here. One line here, one line here, one line here, for example. Same with places like in Oklahoma and Nebraska and North and South Dakota, Kansas. I mean, if we just started doing that, we could have ourselves pretty damn good. You can electrify it. You can dieselify it. You can save on diesel fumes by basically, diesel electric. I mean, our ferries are going diesel electric, And so to me, the point I'm making is, excuse me for 1 second, bathroom break, is you can do mass transit. People wouldn't give a shit about gas, but food, they're like, oh, food, what the problem is. Okay, so here's the problem with food, okay? Food is simple. If you want to fucking bitch about higher food costs, has anyone ever fucking realized you can ration that? Yeah. Let me put it this way, okay? People are at home. They're on food stamps. They're utilizing every cheap method they can to get food. And yet, people bitching about it. And yet, wish someone would one of my followers would send me a chair. One of those nice high leather office ones for like $100 where the wheels don't come off. But anyways, it's just a want. I can always do it myself eventually when the economy stabilizes. So here's the kicker, okay? American people turn around and they can cut corners, right? For example, they sit there and they bitch, right? Oh, eggs are so expensive. What do you use eggs for? I fry eggs up like what, twice a year? I'll boil eggs maybe twice a year. Unless you're going to be baking and eating eggs, you can cut eggs completely off your diet and live a lot longer by cutting out your eggs. People bitch, oh, bacon's so expensive. Well, you either get a deal on bacon or you fucking cut your bacon out completely. You know, you know. The elderly and the disabled know how to handle food better than most people because they cut out certain things to keep them alive long. Bacon, cut it out. Steak's on sale. You buy steak once in a while. By the way, I didn't see at Safeway that Safeway steak was on sale. Did I even look for that? No, I saw pork was on sale, but not steak. That's the thing. I was trying to think about that. I always like to look at the weekly ad for this area. And okay, because the weekly ad always has something. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So that's on sale. That's on sale. Oh yeah. Shrimp or top sirloins or tri-tips are on sale this week. See, and I don't like tri-tips, so they don't get my money there. But if you go down to the meat department, ice cream, that's on sale. Pizza's on sale, which I wouldn't mind pizza. Ice cream bars on sale, but the thing is, you gotta make sure the heat doesn't basically melt your ice cream, even in a cooler. So you got to put extra ice in there. So canned goods are better. But if you go down to the meat part here, there's a meat section I just saw recently. Here we go. Salmon's on sale, shrimp's on sale, hamburgers on sale. Some seasoned tri-tips are on sale, pork chops are on sale. So that's it. See, and you sit there and chicken's on sale. Look at this, chicken is on sale. You know what? That I can see myself cooking. And as Pee Wee knows, I make a good mean fried chicken anyway. So there you go. But anyways, here's the deal. So you turn around and you look at foods. You save money that way. You make your food last and you spend what you have to and you don't spend any more. Meanwhile, if you can cut out your gas because you can walk everywhere and you can ride a bicycle or tricycle or use mass transit, do it. But when it comes to food, you got to make it last. And the reason food prices are so high on meats is because they had to kill millions of chickens because of some chicken and some flu that affected chickens. So a lot of our egg laying chickens have died. But you know what? If you basically cut your eggs out with this high in cholesterol, you can live a lot longer. Same goes with pigs. Farmers had to slaughter a lot of pigs. That's why the prices are so high. They're implementing the slaughter of the old pigs with the new pigs that they got slaughtered the new pigs so they offset the price. The farmers don't hurt. Government ain't covering the pigs that got slaughtered. No. It's passed on to the consumer. So if you don't want to get a deal on, say, if you get a deal on bacon, take it. If you get a deal on pork chops, take it. But make sure you can make things last. No, you sit there and say, oh, well, what about beef? Same thing with beef. Cows were getting fatter and fatter and they couldn't slaughter them fast enough. Plus, slaughterhouses are at 30%. So they're slaughtering what they could, but there's still problems. So beef's high, pork's high, chicken's high, and lamb's high. And some farm grown caribou and elks high. Same goes with buffalo. Yeah. But if you look at it that way, there you go. And some farmers do organic, and that organic USDA slaughterhouses are packed too. Backlogged 18 months. So meanwhile, they got to basically try to make sure that they can wait until they can get their slaughtered to get their lamb slaughtered or their cows. And that's why the farmers that do organic have to wait. Goat, by the way, goat's 30% too. So you got the packing plants. But then they say, oh, well, what about the canned prices going up? Let's put it to you this way in canned goods, okay? Canned goods are going up in price because supply and demand is going up. When supply is high and the supply is low and demand is high, price goes up, is what I'm trying to say. And that is what's happened. People are sucking up everything that can't be. And only canned factories since the pandemic is only running at 50%. So when you see your pricing of frozen pizzas and canned goods and dry goods a little higher, it's because they're only running 50% because people are at home. Some of them are retired. Some of them just don't want to go in because Either A, they got to wear masks, or B, they, you know, they just don't want to be under the pressure, you know. And so that's how it is, you know. So then you get scalpers, you get others, you know, and other things. The problem is, look around. I mean, prices are high because demand is high and supply is low. I mean, you know, and a lot of other items that people are withholding, like bed sheets, pillows, etc. That's why I said I don't know how to get those, but apparently, thanks to Pee Wee, I don't know if there was a comforter involved. Doesn't matter. I can buy the comforter myself. Thing is, she decided as my moderator, and my sister, she went and got it for me. So I humbly thank you. My thing is, it's hard to basically try to tell you here and here at Eric Sky Readily and Living Simply and Fun how to live frugally. Living Simply and Fun was a channel for Living Simply and Fun back in the day. One of the things that my husband did to keep us surviving and surviving good was we ate 10 meals of spaghetti. Noodles were cheap, which is still cheap. Pasta sauce was cheap, and hamburger is cheap. Just throw it all together and you had 10 meals. Why do you think I don't like spaghetti that often? Now, when hubby threw in meatballs, that was where I basically enjoyed the spaghetti more because he made his grandmother's famous meatballs, you know. But yeah, and that is why we're having problems, you know. And so that's the thing. You got to look at the big fucking picture. So apparently we had no mail today, or it has been updated yet. So, you know, for informed delivery. But you see, thing is, you could cut corners. You could cut your food supply down and quit bitching about food, and still vote whoever you want to vote for, Democrat or Republican. The Democrats are basically trying to tell people the same thing I'm saying neutrally is you can cut your corners. You don't need to use eggs all the time. You don't need to use bacon all the time. You don't need to buy steak all the time. I mean, literally, some of this stuff is expensive. But if you cut your corners, you can live. Look at last night, for example, yesterday. Yesterday for breakfast I had a peanut butter sandwich. Now, as you hear the hood vent in the background, that's because I got a ham being cooked. So, you know, the ham's being cooked. The ham will be ready in 48 minutes. But you see what I'm saying is, you know, I could take that ham, cut it up into sections, and put it in Ziploc bags, and have ham and beans soup. I can have bean and bacon soup. I can have black bean and ham soup. I can have pinto bean soup, chili bean soup, whatever I want. 5 bean soup with the ham. I mean, you can make ham last if you get a deal on it. You know, ham's not going to be on sale until Thanksgiving now, but you get the point. Christmas time, I picked up hams and turkeys. So my freezer, when it gets empty, I'll just refill it with more meats. But my point is look at the big picture. You can make food last. You know what you're doing. That's it. You know, it's like the other day. Chloe said to me this morning, I said, "Oh wow, garbage bags are $15 a box." We have like 4 boxes still left from 2 years ago. We bought like 36 boxes of garbage bags. I don't know how we used so many bags up over the years, but I guess we did. But, you know, we're still grateful we still have those bags. But thing is toilet paper is not a thing. I need to go and just buy an entire bulk of 3 months supply, and then I don't have to worry about Chloe not buying enough for the month, you know. But at the same time, do paper towels too. So, you know, you just got to basically nip it in the butt and do it. But me, I'm basically worried about other things too, you know. You know, I mean, everything happens for a reason, okay? And that's the problem. That is the problem. You know, is you can either bitch about inflation or you can cut your costs. Now, the working people that work in rural communities and have to go to town to commute every day, you know what? You have a right to gripe. But at the same time, unless there's a job closer to where your home is, you have to take that. They didn't put a bus system in or a train. But you know what? At least, you know, you can still cut corners. And that's the thing. People are bitching about it. You know, you can cut corners. I mean, I mean, plain and simple, you can cut corners if you want to. If you don't want to cut corners, well, you don't cut corners. People can cut corners and they can stop complaining about it when they cut corners. I mean, literally. And you can also quit complaining about uh, food stamps. Now, in the state of Washington, every family member in the household, until they run out of pandemic relief money, gets $250. So if you have a family of 10, that's $2,500. You can make $2,500 food last in a fucking month. You can get dry goods, you can get meats, you can get everything you need and still survive. But no, I think it's not enough. You know why? Because they're fucking selfish. There's people like Pee Wee and Dan that don't get food stamps. There's other people that do get food stamps. There's people that subscribe to my channel that get food stamps. You know, Higgins gets food stamps. Moderator Chris gets food stamps. Um, you know, and there's other people that don't get food stamps. So you got to weigh the things. Those ones that don't get food stamps, they got to cut their corners. The ones that do get food stamps, you can cut your corners too. Just fucking get a deal. If you sit there and say, okay, I spent $20 for 6 cases of ramen or whatever it is, you're fine. Right now it's 3 cases. So you get 3 cases of ramen, you buy 2 cases of canned soup, and you look around and you look for other deals. You make sure you don't pay excess amounts of money. Use Walmart. Walmart get a little fatter in the wallet, but you know what? At least you're getting deals. You don't go and spend like $2.99 or $3 for a can of Spam. You cut the Spam out. It's too much salt anyway, but still, you see where I'm going with this. You can cut your corners if you want to without bitching about, food costs are so high. You know, a lot of these people bitch, oh, well, I bitch because, unlike the elderly and disabled, we have kids and we have to buy a lot of milk. Then to change your milk habits, buy powdered milk. Make up a batch of powdered milk every day, a gallon of powdered milk. Throw it in the fridge. Tell your kids, here's your cereal milk. And if you know how it tastes just like regular milk, like some do, you won't need to fucking worry about what it tastes like. You just pour it on your cereal and eat it. Now, if cereal's expensive, you can always cut out your cereal or, wait till a deal comes on with cereal and then buy it. I mean, literally, you can't fucking sit there and bitch that you need more money because you have kids. That doesn't work. You can fucking cut your corners. That's the thing. You can cut corners, and if you're bitching about fucking price of bread, start buying sourdough and other bread starters and just throw it in a bread maker. Make your own bread every day. Back in the day, okay, back in the 20s, okay, have you ever noticed in some of these movies where they're sitting there and someone's got a bread knife and they're cutting up their bread evenly through their own ways of doing it, the elderly and the housewives, and they're cutting it. They're making a sandwich for someone because they made, fresh bread. Back then, they didn't have a lot of packaged deli meats. They'd smoke themselves their own ham, and then they'd cut off pieces of the ham and put it on a sandwich. Mayonnaise was invented later in life, but still, they knew how to make things last. They would go and say, okay, well, we have pheasant and quail, we'll put it in the smokehouse. We have duck, we'll put it in the smokehouse. We have ham, we'll put it in the smokehouse, and they smoke their meats. Farmers smoked their own meat so they can make it last longer. So they didn't have refrigeration, they smoked it. Nowadays, they invented the refrigerator, which was a giant box. Why they call it an ice box is because they put ice in it to keep your food cold. When the ice melted, they take it out, put another ice in, and then when they found a way to with Freon and refrigeration cooling, people started buying refrigerators for home, getting rid of the old-fashioned ice boxes where they put blocks of ice in it to keep your food cold. And farmers slowly went away of smoking. There's places that do smoke, but you got to look at how farmers survived back then. They did a lot better than they did now. Maybe smokehouses were illegal. No one knows. I've never looked it up. But you see where I'm going with this? Thing is, if farmers can make things last, you, the citizens that rely on the farmers, can make it last too by cutting corners. I mean, literally, always look for sales. Always make your food supply last. Look at your month. you get $250, make sure you just buy a few items you need, hoard the rest. I mean, literally. That's how I see it. I mean, people sit there and say, oh, well, it's cheaper to eat out. Well, McDonald's used to be cheaper, but they took that away too. Now prices are raising. So cut out your eating out, cut out your restaurants, cut out your expenses as much as possible. Eat in. Ramen might not be healthy, but again, ramen is healthy for some people. As long as you don't eat it one whole week at a time. I used to eat it like a whole month at a time, and that was not healthy for me. But still, and that is why you got to look at it. The thing is, people complain, oh, they're going to vote against the Democrats because of inflation. No, they won't. The Democrats and the Republicans can work together by cutting costs, by basically cutting it and making things work. Instead, they want to blame the fucking people in office for their problems. When it isn't their problems. Yeah, maybe the Democrats did some wrong things about mask mandates and travel mandates and lockdowns. But you know what? The point is, if you can cut your fucking corners, you can do better. Look at Black Jesus. He was saying once that he was fucking living on rice and whatever. Me, I look at sales. That's why I talk to you about sales. That's why when I look at Safeway or Fred Meyer or Target or Walmart, I look at those to make sure I know where I can get monthly supply of groceries. Chicken's on sale. Pick up some chicken. I'll fry up some chicken legs. Chloe's been complaining about how she wants my chicken. Well, she buys her chicken, I'll cook it for her. I buy my chicken, I'll cook it for me. We still live comfortably where we can live on food and get our protein without basically worrying. You take the leftover chicken on the legs, cut it all up, put it in Ziploc bags, throw your chicken, heat your chicken up in 5 or 10 minutes in the oven, throw it in your ramen. You got chicken ramen with extra meat. Meal done. I mean, literally, people are fucking bitching about fucking, oh, everything's expensive. Well, cut out your expensive. You don't have kids? If you're complaining that bread's so expensive, buy a bread maker. If you're complaining about mayonnaise is expensive, buy it on Walmart. If you're complaining about canned goods being expensive, buy it at Walmart. Or find a deal at Walmart, Target, Fred Meyer's, or Kroger, or Target. But don't sit there and, blame the Republicans or Democrats for their fucking problems. Republicans, they're not going to take blame for anything. They're just going to be like, oh, it's the Democrats. It's not the Democrats. The Republicans can turn around and fix this fucking problem by turning around and saying, look, you want to blame on inflation? Most of you have mass transit. Leave your car in the garage. Take the bus. If you can't take the bus because the bus stop's too far away, ride a bike to the bus stop. If you have a bike. Use what you have and fucking quit bitching about blaming the, gas prices so high, Plain and simple. In the end, I mean, I saw Pee-wee's video. I laughed my ass off this morning. Everyone has their own opinions. Oh, Trump's got to win again. Yada. How do we know he's not going to run? Pee-wee said it or something. He ain't going to run again. And, with the Democrats closing in on him, we just got to wait and see how this plays out. 2024 is a long ways away. Remember the Nixon incident? And I'm going to talk about Nixon right quick. Nixon went down to close a deal for Studebaker in Texas. This was November. He was there, leaving Love Field when they told him Nixon's plane's coming in an hour. They found the pilot and they left, right? Nixon, they told Nixon, JFK's plane's coming in an hour. He found the pilot and he left, right? But he was at a meeting after Studebaker with his friend Jack. Jack and Cuban Patriots said they would run JFK's ass out of Texas by rail. That means basically that he was going to be assassinated. JFK. And guess what? He was the next day. Nixon was shook. Nixon told J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, who, all they said was, oh, Oswald was a real bum, a real beatnik. Oswald was Oswald. You know, he didn't even get his full name on his tombstone. It just says Oswald. Doesn't say born or death. Just Oswald. They exhumed his body in 1981, and it was just bones in his casket. His casket was falling apart. They literally turned around and got him a new casket and then put him in the ground. Recently, they exhumed it again. The casket was completely rotten again. So this time around, they put him in basically a metal casket, from what I understand, just so it doesn't rust, you know. But his bones were disturbed twice, apparently. Yeah. Why? Because they can, and they will. Why do I say this? Well, I was interested in seeing on YouTube exhumation what happens. You know, some cemeteries around the world rent their things. So as soon as the space runs out, they exhume your body, put you in a garbage bag, and put you in another area where you could sit for 20 years in a garbage bag before they turn around and hope like hell your bones are good enough that if the family can afford it, they'll grind you down, put you in a little urn, and then put you back in another cubby hole. Otherwise, you know, I mean, and the point being is, look at the big fucking picture here. You know, um, they said he was going to be assassinated. They even said to Nixon, "Well, what about running in '68?" He said, "Jack, that's 5 years. It's a long way." They said, "Well, what if Kennedy doesn't run?" He said, "Fat chance. All the money in the world would not get me in to be your president in '64." Then, reading in books, he told Jack on the phone, 64, LBJ is going to get the presidency. But when LBJ said after 5 years in 1968, the Vietnam War was doing a number on him, what happened? I'll tell you what happened. Nixon came in. Yeah, Nixon started pulling troops out, but Ford got the credit. But you see what happened back then? You know, the thing is 2024 is a long time away. So between now and 2024, shit can happen. He can be indicted. He could be wearing an orange jumper. He could basically make the American people look at him like a douchebag. I saw a report in the newspaper that Chloe brought me. She brings me the papers, you know. Some of the neighbors have been delivering papers to me too. And it said that people aren't worried about an orange-headed dictator. They're worried about gun control and birth abortion. They're putting their money on those over Donald Trump. Some of his people he's endorsed are losing. That tells you right there that the Republican Party is so damn fractured and lost of reality that technically, unless they restructure themselves the next 6 months, they're hoping, they're praying, they're trying to find some time to buy the 5 Catholic associate justice time to change their things so they can at least keep Roe versus Wade on the books so they can basically blame inflation. Then what's next? People are going to start fighting tooth and nail for more security and stuff in schools. Let's just say my theory, right? Training security guards and police officers as a secondary job. So they work 8 hours with the police department, getting one check, but they get a second check for teaching the students while carrying a gun, carrying a radio, and having a computer on that can be monitoring the main central office with all the teachers that are police officers, and they can basically go back and forth through the computer saying all is well, or there's a troubled student. And they could do this and have one guard basically guarding the front door of the school and one in the back door. And that's all you need. Maybe people's taxes would go up. But you know what? That would protect the kids and keep the guns for these Republicans. But no, they want to basically blame it on everyone else except them stupidities for worshiping guns. Now, like I said in yesterday's video, if they turn around and say the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to anyone with Roe versus Wade, they can apply to say that the Second Amendment was applying to people for militias, which means they can strip the Second Amendment right there because it's for militias and say all militias, guns could be put into like Australia. and other places, gun clubs. And if that doesn't work, they could turn around and say the Second Amendment only applied to people back then with muskets, which means military can have modern weapons and everyone else gets a fucking musket. They could say the musket is a gun that can be used. You can use a black powder rifle for hunting. That's what they did. And it's a lot cleaner kill if you have it properly, if you properly train yourself to hunt for deer or elk or moose or caribou. You can have yourself a 50 caliber or 58 caliber rifle. I think they have a 75 caliber lead ball musket too. I think there's a 75 cal. And what you do, you can use one of those black powder rifles to hunt for moose and drop a moose. And you get more meat that way than tanking the moose if you use a lead point bullet. Now, the balls are lead, but when it enters and kills the animal, it doesn't mean, you can gut the animal fast, your meat will be safe, and you don't have like 1/3 or 1/5 the meat, or even 1/8 or 1/10 the meat going bad because you shot it with a bullet. You shot it with a lead ball, you're fine. Yeah, and yet at the same time, they could say you can all carry concealed carry, but you got to carry black powder. The problem with black powder is if your gun gets wet, your powder gets wet, your powder won't fire. Now, if you train it right, you can fire your gun with the amount of Pyrex or synthetic or even black powder, and it'll fire the lead ball out. But if you underpowered, it won't shoot that well. It'll shoot very short distance. But if you overpowered it could basically shoot the ball longer, but at the same time, it could actually make your handgun explode. So, you got to take into all these considerations. But at the same time, you can turn around and say modern weapons are for the military. Back then, during the 1775, the Revolutionary War, everything else, we all use muskets. So you can all use muskets. Second Amendment is for muskets, not for, and that would take away a lot of people's abilities to mass shoot because they get one shot. There has not been a semi-automatic musket gun. They can make them, but then people would make them, and then they basically sit there and, someone would invent something where you had a magazine like game mount, and it semi-automatically fed your bullets. But the problem is even so, there is no way to have an auto-feeding black powder part, because if they tried that, what happens? Every time they were, it would trigger the ignition of your black powder, which would go to the side where the black powder is being held, and it would explode your rifle. You see, technically, unless they had a way to contain black powder to only be dropped in, and there's a wall which would not basically allow the black powder to ignite, blowing up your rifle, the safest way to do is black powder. And yet, Americans think that they're entitled to flamethrowers, tanks, and aircraft carriers, planes, bombs, missiles, helicopters, etc. You see where I'm going with this? Thing is they're basically now putting all their eggs in one basket, hoping that Roe versus Wade's overturned so they can use that against them. The Republicans are hoping that Roe versus Wade can be rewritten so they can change their opinions by July. And two is they're hoping that the concealed carry thing is law, so every state can conceal carry. But if that's the case, you're going to see the next thing running out of things is bullets and guns. And bullets are already short in supply. Everyone knows this. So what's that tell you? People start stockpiling guns and waiting for ammo to be available. Yeah. And then what? With concealed carry opening, states have to basically destroy their concealed carry laws, which means like California, Oregon, and Washington. No concealed carry permits needed. No courses needed. You can just go buy guns. So what then does Republicans do? Okay, well, we'll accept this. But Democrats will come in and say, look, instead of having a 5-day waiting period, let's make it 30-day or 45 days for buying a gun. That would basically make check and balances, in their opinion, to make sure someone who's buying the gun isn't mentally ill. Or they'll try to do universal background checks, which, again, what is a universal background check? Let's see. I buy a gun online through layaway. I have it shipped to an FFL. I pay the FFL fee, the transfer fee, and I pay the background check fee. They make a phone call. They make me wait 45 days. Gun's unlocked, done. Or they wait 5 days. They run the background check, say, here's your gun. Now, you don't need concealed carry. You can just load the damn thing right there and carry it on you all the way home by law. Enough said. Buying it through a gun show, how many people do it? Maybe the criminals. I've never bought a gun when I owned a gun through a gun show. I always went through a guy in New Kentucky who would do layaway. Then he would send it to the dealer. I would go in and pick it up that day and pay the sales tax, which was 10%. So if the gun was $1,000, I'd pay $100 plus the fee, so it'd pay about $135. Walk out the door, because they have the sales tax for the gun, and I already paid the sales tax in Kentucky, so I paid double sales tax, and then I paid the B&O tax, business and occupation tax, the transfer fee tax, a special tax, and then another tax. So in and all, it'd be $135 to $175 out the door to have my gun. And when I first started, I had layaway on Glocks and XDs. But you know what? I didn't like Glocks and XDs. So when Ruger made their 1911, that's what I carried. I got rid of my Glocks and XDs for Ruger. I had 3 Rugers I carried. I had the Ruger Commander, the Ruger 9mm Commander, lightweight aluminum framed Commander, and I had the full size. And I always liked the full size and the lightweight. I also had a Ruger dual action pistol revolver that was designed to protect for fly fishing and bear country. That was it. That's all you need. I didn't believe in rifles. Didn't believe in the AR-15. I believed in the side-by-side and the side-by-side shotguns, and I believed in the triple threat, the Chiappas, which had 2 side-by-side on the bottom and 1 single barrel on the top, which means they could fire 3 shots before you had to reload. Didn't fire all 3 at once unless you modified it, and then when you did, you could break your arm firing 3 12-gauge shells. But you know what? It worked. That's all you need for home defense is a shotgun. You don't need a fucking AR-15, Now, even if they loosen the concealed carry for handguns, the state's probably going to still hold up on you need to have liability insurance for your gun. You need to have a safe for your AR-15, and you have to have a 100-hour course, and then this and be certified every 5 years. They could still keep the AR-15s that way to keep them out of the hands of people. For me, it wouldn't matter because I don't believe in AR-15s. I don't believe in it because you don't need an AR-15 to go hunting with 30 rounds anyways. You don't need an AR-15 with 10 rounds to go hunting. You can hunt with 1 clean shot. You can use a crossbow. You can use a bow. You can use a freaking musket. You don't need a fucking AR-15. Oh, look, there's a deer. Jokingly aside, people think the AR-15s don't tread on me movement. Thing is, when people start buying AR-15s, they have one thing in mind. They claim it's hunting. You can use a fucking single action, bolt action rifle for hunting. You can use for moose. You can use a 450 Marlin lever action. You can fucking use a 475 Holland and Holland. I mean, you get 375 Holland and Holland. You can use these guns. You don't need 700 nitro that drops elephants for hunting. You don't need a 600 nitro that drops rhinoceroses. No, you just need something simple for hunting. I mean, literally, some people walk around with a 4-inch barreled, which you need to rest a fence post on, 500 Smith & Wesson. Basically, it's like a 500 Magnum, but it's 50 cal. The thing is, Those are for bear deterrence, or you're big game hunting with a revolver and you want to hunt 480 Ruger or 454 Cazul with a long barrel. You can rest it on a fence post or as a tripod, you can buy and just rest it there. And one shot and you drop a moose, you're fine. Or if you're in the bear country and you're carrying a 454, you can load it with 45 long Colts if you know how to hit the bear. If it's marked charging at you, or you can use the 454 Cazul shell and just drop it. I mean, literally, that's all you need. You don't need to walk in the backcountry and be like, oh, there's a bear. I mean, think of it that way. There's too many stupid fucking people out there believing that the fucking AR-15, when Armor-Lite started making rifles, Armor-Lites, ARs, they wanted to make something similar to an AK or an M16. To me, that was overkill. Back in the 80s and stuff, when the ARs came out, most people were using it for target practice. But nowadays, everyone's buying it because they can, because they think the government's going to do something and they need to have the most advanced weapon to use it. But you know what? As I said in my debates over and over and over, Pee-wee agreed with me yesterday and the day before, when she's been here on the channel. You don't turn around and fucking use an AR-15 to an M16 gunfight. The M16 can put on the M203 in the bottom, which means there could be 100 guys with ARs and 100 guys with M16s selecting with 3-shot or automatic bursts, and they can just mow you all down quickly. And unless you have armor-piercing bullets, the military is using armor vests. So even if you're in armor vests, the way that the military can get rid of these civilians with armor vests is they can just fire the M203 40-millimeter grenade launcher and wipe 4 or 5 armor-plated people out. Find a cover hell and then keep firing grenades until every one of those fuckers with body armor, that they're dead because they were blown up in little pieces because of the grenades. Think of it. Bulletproof vests are for bullets, not for grenades, not for grenade launchers. Hell, they can walk out with an M79 blooper, the grenade launcher, and just keep having one special tactic guy do that. Someone could sit there with an 50 cal semi-automatic rifle with $25 bullets mounted to a truck. And the guy can sit there and keep firing it, one at a time, at these guys wearing body armor. And all they got to do is pull out an M202 rocket launcher, 4-shot, or an M79 blooper, or an M203 grenade launcher on the bottom of an M16, and you guys are dead. You see, the military's got grenade launchers. Do you think you can go up against the military if you're going to cause a coup or a revolt? No. Then people are going to be spending $25,000 or $50,000 of their money in this revolution that I call it. I don't condone violence. And they're going to start trying to figure a way to see the military walking around, start picking them off with snipers. But you know what? Once they start picking off 1 or 2 with a sniper rifle, the military will bring in their Fort Benning sniper team and SEAL teams and Delta Force teams and Force Recon teams and airborne teams with snipers too, and they'll pick you off one by one. So the military will use the more high-powered snipers, and you'll be falling down faster than you can freaking see them. So in the end, the military's got missiles, rockets, grenades, sniper rifles, tanks. I mean, literally, the U.S. government, even if there's some old grandpas with AK-47s firing 3-shot and rapid bursts of fully autos, they could still drop them faster because they were trained for it. Even if the guy has the AK was trained for automatic weapons during Vietnam or Korea, you see where I'm going with this? You can't win. And besides, what if 80 million of them round and around, okay, hypothetically, and they're rallying around the Republicans, and they're rallying around their Messiah, okay? I'm not saying Donald Trump, I'm just saying whoever, that says, oh, we're going to bring peace. All the president's got to do is say, oh, there's a high concentration of Republicans with guns trying to fight Democrats, and just order a strategic nuclear strike and That entire area might be green for a while, but guess what? Those people will be realizing you can't win when we have the nukes, and we'll fucking use them against our own people if it's the last resort. Or they can sit there and say there's a high concentration, and they can fire up the B-52s and drop an entire line bombing of them, an entire armada of Air Force planes with B-52 bombs dropping MOABs and FOABs, father of all bombs and mother of all bombs, and Dixie cutters and cluster bombs and kerosene bombs and napalm bombs. Then what? Your entire army's been wiped out just because we have bombs, we have the missiles, we have the nukes, we have the carriers, we have the helicopters. Literally, the civilians were not going to be able to take down a Black Hawk helicopter when we got fucking Hydras and rockets on a helicopter. We can fire up the old Comanches and the old Cazellis and the old Apaches and fly in there with Hydra missiles and Hydra rockets, and you're wiped out. And think of it. Is it really this way? I mean, people say, oh, the only thing you do is vote these fuckers out. And if you think your weapons are going to do anything against the military, think again. So if the government wants to sit there and say AR is banned because, there's no place in society because you're using them to kill kids, then the government can do that. The government turns around and says, oh, you guys can all have muskets. The government can do that. I mean, literally, you can't challenge the fucking government. I'm not for or against the government. I'm just saying, think of it as a realist point of view. You think you have weapons. You think it's okay. The 18-year-old can go buy a gun and then go out and do this and then say, oh, it's a mental illness. Yeah, you know what a mental illness is? I'll tell you what a mental illness is, okay? Hypothetically. A mental illness is what they used to say when a man basically came out as gay. It was a mental illness. When a lesbian came out as being lesbian, it was a mental illness. A bisexual came out as mental illness. Transgender came out as a mental illness. It wasn't anything more than a mental illness. Now, you guys can sit there and say, oh, all this is a mental illness. This is a mental illness. That's a mental illness. This is a mental illness. Borderline's a mental illness. Bipolar is a mental illness. Schizophrenia is a mental illness. But if they loosen gun control laws for concealed carry, anyone who's schizophrenic can go and act normal and buy a gun. And guess what? You're screwed because the mentally ill got a gun. So to me, you got to look into other options. Now, there's another thing I want to share with you about guns. All right? They say transgender people are mentally ill. Well, okay, then let me put it this way. If you're claiming all these people around the world, 99% of them are mentally ill, let's just make it 100%. Anyone who basically is a gun nut is fucking mentally ill because they think the gun's the only thing that can protect them. Maybe the government should turn around and say you can own a gun, but it has to stay in your house. You can either have a handgun, a shotgun, or a rifle to defend yourself. If you have an AR-15 in your home, they'll just say that's an involuntary manslaughter when you're dropping the guy with 30 rounds in him. You only need one, so they can strip the AR. Then they can say, oh, well, you can have a musket in your house. Guy breaks in your house, one headshot with a musket. Done. Or they can sit there and say you can have a Glock or an XD or a 1911 or a Sig Sauer. One shot to the head or chest, unless they're wearing body armor, they're dropped. Wound, house invasion averted. Or you can go around the corner and have a side-by-side shotgun, a coach gun that both barrels fires at once. Then they can say, oh, well, it was excess force. Home invasion averted, but you're going to jail for manslaughter. That's what I said in yesterday's video. They'll nail you for manslaughter anyway. Look at it, even if someone broke in your home. So, are you safe? No. When you remember there is castle doctrine, thing is the government can turn around and tell you can have your gun at home. Can't carry it in public. Carrying it in public is wrong. Or the Democrats can turn around. Let me use the bathroom. There's something I want to share with you. is a good one. You guys sit there and say, "Oh, I don't know anything. I don't know anything." Democrats and Republicans can come to an understanding and a simple law that doesn't infringe people's gun rights, right? It goes like this. States put in certain laws, and the federal government put in laws, right? And it doesn't infringe anyone. They could say, you can own your AR-15, but under the AR-15 law, you can take it to a gun range and use it as a gun range, right? A gun range only. No hunting with it. You can sit there and put in a bolt action or lever action rifle can be used for hunting purposes only during hunting season. Otherwise, it stays in. You may use it only in self-defense at home. They can make laws like that. They can turn around and make a law that states security guards and police officers can go into Social Security offices, postal offices on duty. Same with FBI, Secret Service, NSA, etc. I don't think NSA people carry guns. CIA, I know carries guns, but they're covert. So, let's just say FBI, Secret Service, police officers, and sheriff, law enforcement can carry guns, right? In the post offices, welfare offices, Social Security offices, if it's pertaining to actual real business, right? The rest of the citizens of it, they can put in a sign in every business in America, gun-free zone. And if you violate gun-free zone with concealed carry, even if you have a no license and they loosen it, you can go to jail for 6 months to a year. Lose you and put yourself in the system for carrying a gun into a grocery store or carrying a gun into a coffee shop because they put a sign that says this is a weapons-free zone. Weapons-free means you can't even carry a pocket knife in there. See, unless you're the owner, and the owner basically says, "Oh, yeah, we need to open up something," and say you have those little metal ties, those long ties that go around boxes. They can just take scissors and that's it. They don't need a knife, unless they're working in a restaurant that says this is a weapons-free zone except for the kitchen staff that has a knife that can be using it to cut your meats, or this is a weapons-free zone. The only thing they can put in there. The only weapons that are allowed are restaurant-provided steak knives. That would save a lot of problems. Like put it in everything from police stations, fire stations, restaurants, malls, gas stations, everything. Literally. That would save a lot of hassle. They're not infringing on people's rights. They're just saying you can't carry it in public. And, all these people think that guns are number one in this country. Guns aren't number one. What's number one is your rights aren't being violated if they turn around and put in weapons-free zone everywhere. Now, people could say, "Oh, well, our cars are our own private business," So you can carry your gun in your car, but you can't carry it. You got to leave your gun in a safe box in your car while you go get gas or smokes or the casino or whatever, Look at it from that point of view. I've just given you, people say to me, "Rita, why don't you run for president?" I would. And these are the ideas I would give. We're not infringing your rights. We're just telling you can't carry the damn thing in public. Look at the old days. The old days during the 1800s, like Tombstone, for example, and one of my beloved people that I love dearly as a actor, I hear he's a sweetheart too, is Sam Elliott. He's like, "We're not telling you can't have a gun. We're telling you can't carry a gun." And they're talking about in town. Cities can make it gun-free zones, except for law enforcement. One of the worst places that people have problems carrying guns is churches. The church policy says no guns in churches, which most states say you can't carry a gun in a church or a mosque or a synagogue. That's fine. But they say you can't carry a gun in bars. Why? Booze and guns don't mix. Look at John Wayne. He's teaching little Gillum in the last movie he did, The Shoot Is. He said that hooch doesn't go well with guns because your mind's impaired. Why do you think they say they don't want you having a gun if you're on crack, coke, heroin, meth, pot? Because it impairs your abilities. You see where I'm going with this? It impairs the abilities. Therefore, it impairs you to turn around and um, literally impairs you. Plain and simple. And that is why the American people need to realize that we put in these types of restrictions. You can use it for hunting, you can use it for self defense, but you can't go out in public with it. Which means if someone walks down the street violating the law where you're carrying concealed carry in places that you're not supposed to, you go to jail and you lose your weapons rights forever. That is not infringing in anyone's rights. It's saying, look, you can't walk down the street because we don't want Joe Blow walking down the street or Joe Chemo or Joe Camel walking down the street with a 45 caliber pistol or pistoli. And then all of a sudden, he gets this harebrained idea while waiting in line for a cup of coffee. And he pulls his gun out and says, hurry the fuck up. He's violated the overall law. So if they take away the ability to have guns in public, schools, Social Security offices, everywhere else, that would teach the people you can still own your fucking guns, but you can buy a gun at 18 years old, but you can't carry that gun out to public. You can't walk down the street, they can make it so the Capitol campuses of the Capitol buildings in every state by federal law mandates that you can't walk down the street with an AR on your back. They can say that's intimidation. So they tell you keep your AR at home because that's where it needs to belong, or in a gun club, or, use it at a firing range. But don't fucking walk down the street with it because it's fucking intimidation and harassment of someone walking down the street with that type of gun. I mean, literally, the point is there is ways to fix it without freaking infringing on people's rights. The gun was designed for two purposes back in the day when the founding fathers put it into the Constitution. One was it was used to deter dictators and people that were trying to tell us what we can and can't do, like the stamp tax or the tea tax. We overthrow it. Where Civil War, still it was muskets. People died with a lot of musket wounds. But the problem is they say it's to overthrow the government. Well, the government has higher powered weapons now, so you can't do that. But doesn't mean you can't own a gun. It just means you can't carry it around in public. And that is something that would help us all out understand that you can own the gun, you just can't carry it around in fucking public. And if they did that, we would be better safety in this country. Now, if someone breaks into your house, you have a right to use that damn gun because it's the law. But otherwise, you can't just walk around town and use it on someone who scowls at you. That guy scowled at me. And then he's going to jail for manslaughter because the other guy was just looking at him funny going. I mean, literally, we're in a war thing where this country's going down the shitter fast. And if we can fix things, we should be able to fix things within reasoning without taking away people's rights. I mean, literally, that's how I see it. What if Roe versus Wade's overturned and all of a sudden every woman out there goes out and buys AR-15s, goes and overthrows the government because they're pissed at their women's rights? Trannies pick up guns, and gays pick up guns, and lesbians pick up guns, and bisexuals pick up guns, and they all form together to go after the federal government because they're all pissed off because their rights were taken away. Then what? Military will mow them down, but at the same time, maybe the government wants that so they can make an all pure white race. No one knows. You see where I'm going with this? No one knows. But the thing is, there's ways of fixing things. There's ways of fixing everything. If we don't want to rely on China, fucking fix it by basically making us have all the factories in town. Give them decent wages so they don't have to rely on Chinese-made crap. Hold on 1 second. So, like I said to all of you out there, that I had to go get Chloe. That's why I said a minute, because I said hold on a sec, because I told her 1 minute, but actually it's like 10 seconds now. So because it takes me time to walk back and then walk back. So anyways, you'll hear the alarm. Chloe's gonna check the ham. She's gonna test the ham, and then that's dinner tonight. Alexa, stop. So basically, the point I'm making is there's ways to fix all these problems that the Democrats and Republicans are throwing at each other. Roe versus Wade, Supreme Court could turn around and wait till the end of the last day of the op-ed or whatever it is, the leak thingy, to change it and say we're going to keep Roe versus Wade, and that basically saves the Republicans 50% right there. Then they only got to worry about guns, right? But then you got all these people around the country saying it's time we do something about these gun-loving nuts who's got a mental illness because they love guns. And what happens? They can fix it. I mean, I already gave...
Does it smell good?
It smells great. You just got to try it. You got to sample it. As I said, when it comes to guns, there is ways of fixing it. I mean, Chloe doesn't realize that. Chloe sometimes tells me too, just like some of the subscribers, they always ask me to run for president. It's me. I just gave you one of the biggest fixes in American history. Every business in America can put in, this is a gun-free zone. They could put this park as a gun-free park. They could put in that only law enforcement can carry guns in certain situations into businesses like bars. Otherwise, no. Then they could say the cities can put in that this city is a gun-free city, except for if you live in the city and you own your own home or rent, then your gun stays in your house. That means that you can't carry your gun to a grocery store.
Tastes like ham, so it's good.
Yeah. So anyways, Moppy's looking for his piece of ham too, by the way. So, the oven's still on? Because I heard it.
I'm turning it off.
Okay. See, I have a good ear. I have a bad ear. This one here, I can barely hear out of this one. I heard it.
Eat it and go to bed.
So anyways, the bottom line is look around for the things. I got to let it cool down before I put it in the fridge.
Yeah,
So,
put it in the fridge and all that. I took care of the rest.
And the lid's right there, so I just put the lid there.
I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah, well, feel free to get some.
I was going through these dungeons in ESO. At least there you can actually do some of those dungeons. You can solo them. Even like some of the bosses are easier.
And that's meat porn.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What?
Oh, well, we'll do it tomorrow then.
What is it? The flavoring. Just sprinkle it on that.
Well, it's supposed to be put in and then it's
Yeah.
supposed to heat up because it melts.
Yeah.
We'll do it tomorrow. Or we can use it with the next ham, too.
Next ham. Let's do it. We can flavor this up another different way.
So, basically what I'm saying is they can make it, like I said, gun-free everywhere. And then people still own their guns in their homes and defend their homes in case of an intruder. But they won't, like in the 1800s, a lot of towns said it was gun-free because there was too many shootings, and they could detain, they could do that.
It's hard to enforce gun-free zones. Someone just still sneak a gun shot. No, my schools are gun-free zones. But
yeah, but I came up with an idea for schools. Best idea yet for schools. So technically you can't tell me it's a shitty idea.
Okay, what is it?
I already told them this. So, like I said, they can make a gun-free zone for schools, but the problem is they could turn around and have security guards in every school room. They could double-train police officers who his primary sole purpose is to protect students. And to do that, they could turn around and have a laptop in every school linked to an area where they could basically say all is well in their school. And the security guards or police officers that the school hires can turn around and hire them as a dual purpose. So they get a check from the police department, but they get a check from the schools for teaching the students. So they could sit there in their police uniform and say, okay, little Jake, what does this mean? And Jake will sit there behaving himself because the policeman's got his gun on his side. And he's telling his students, we're going to learn schooling, and there's no shootings going to happen in my school because I'm the officer in there. And if a guy walks in with an AR, he can sit there and be like,
They do also need to do racial sensitivity training on every officer to end racial profiling.
I'm sorry to say to Chloe, but she's completely wrong there. You see, they might do racial profiling. If it's a black cop, he might racial profile a white person, which is,
Actually, like
turn around,
racially profiling an unarmed black person and killing them.
Can I just finish my story before she keeps interrupting? She's not a part of the equation here. 2 is a black officer can racially profile a Hispanic, an Asian, or a white man. A white cop can racially profile a black person, a Hispanic, or an Asian person. Then you have both colors, or 3 colors, Hispanics, Asians, whatever, that could be racially profiling transgendered people or gays just because they're acting different. You see where I'm going with this? Mm-hmm. So I gotta turn it. See, that's where Chloe's wrong. She thinks everyone's, I'm Black Lives Matter, I support it. Yeah, I do too. But thing is, what about the other people that you profile? What if they decided to profile Sister Pee Wee because she's old with an oxygen tank, carrying it down the store, All right, I got my sample piece. I'm going to sample in a second. There we go. Now I'm going to sample this because, it's what I do. So, here we go. Let's sample this wonderful thing. So here we go. Oh, Heavenly Father, we humbly thank you for this wonderful meal you provided me. Thank you so much for this ham. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, hello, Black Jesus. Didn't see you there. See, I cooked this so I have a couple days of food, so I don't have to worry about my TV dinners going missing, which they already went missing, but still, the plan was to cook one of these, you know. Well, hello, Gail. Haven't seen you in a long while. Where have you been? Hmm. Haven't seen you in a long while. Where have you been? Emailed you a while ago asking if you were alive and well. Didn't hear from you, you know. Thought you ignored me or something. Hmm. We had a couple people pretending to be you. It was Joe Gill. Hmm. Before anyone asks, yes, this is ham. I decided to help myself to a little ham. Hmm. Haven't seen you in months, ever since the stimulus checks ran out. Thought you ran out on all of us, you know. Anyways, apparently today, an embarrassment, you know, like I said. Apparently, sometime today I got a package coming for Pee Wee, so kind of embarrassing me because, you know, Chloe didn't pick up enough toilet paper. So apparently Pee Wee sent us some toilet paper today. So that's to be delivered today. So, you know, I'm kind of embarrassed about that. And then she decided for an early birthday present, picking me up new bedding, new pillows, new bedding. I don't know if comfort is in there. If it isn't, well, not my big deal. I can buy a comforter, but apparently she got me sheets, gray sheets. Gray's better than nothing. So, you know. No, Chloe hasn't changed. But she's still here, thanks to the manager. Anyways. Tell you what, God provided me a good meal. How are you doing, Black Jesus? Doing pretty good? Yeah, last time we talked, it was right before the election. I told you Biden was going to win. You kept arguing with me. You and Pee Wee and Dan and Higgins and Chris. As soon as the election was over, you were long gone. Thought you were pissed off, Gail, at the fact that the prophecies that I told you came to fruition. I mean, we were just talking about politics this morning. If you were, you know, I don't want to reiterate, but I said, mm, I said, you know, the Republicans and Democrats are duking it out for both House and Senate. Now, I already know the outcome. I just can't tell anyone because it's God's orders. But I will tell you, hmm, my sample piece, this kind of tastes a little weird. Probably because I burned my tongue the other day on soup, so everything tastes a little funnier. Chloe said it tastes normal, so hopefully she's right. But I'm only having this little plate of thing. I'm gonna put the rest in the fridge for tomorrow. Hopefully my tongue heals, you know. But like I said, when it comes to gun control, there's ways to fix it. You can make it so the person can keep their gun at home but can't carry it out in public. Government can do that. People say we need guns for a revolution. Military has more guns than anyone, and when they take the oath to defend the Constitution, they're also taking an oath to defend their country because Uncle Sam pays them, which means they carry all the high-powered weapons. The other thing the government can do, like I said, is turn around and tell everyone the Second Amendment applied to muskets, and everyone gets a black powder weapon. I mean, the last thing is, like I said, when it comes to inflation, just use your food stamps. Like I said, everyone, and if you get food stamps, and go through stores and get deals. Don't fucking dwell on meat prices, because meat prices are high because everyone's freaking not realizing a lot of our chicken laying hens were killed because of a virus. Then you got the other damn problem where the Democrats are being, both are duking it out over inflation. Well, if you don't own a fucking car, don't worry about the fucking gas. Vote the way you want to vote. And if you have public transit and taxi service, use those. Don't even worry about fucking it. If you have a bicycle, use that. Don't do anything else. But a lot of you always are like, oh, the inflation, there's a way to cut corners. I've said this. You either buy stuff that's cheaper in your price bracket to survive, or you fucking go vote the way you want to vote because you want to blame the Democrats for inflation. It's not the Democrats' fault. It's not the Republicans' fault. It's both faults. Republicans gave the stimulus checks. What happened? The stimulus checks fueled everything going good until the stimulus checks ran out. Then there was a cooling at the grocery stores and online. Not to mention there's a shipping problem. Everything's coming from China is in lockdown, and we don't have enough truck chassis. If we can spend billions of dollars for aircraft carriers, we can spend billions of dollars rebuilding our semi-trucking infrastructure with new truck chassis, which means we can move all those containers out and get them to the right places. But even if we move them all to the warehouses where they unload them, the problem we have is not enough employees unloading the damn trucks. See where I'm going with this? Any way to look at it, you get screwed any way to look at it. Alright. That's all I'm going to eat because I think this stuff kind of tastes funny. Maybe if it had glaze or taste better. I think I have to glaze it tomorrow. Or throw barbecue sauce on it. That might work. Bottle of barbecue sauce. No, I never got evicted, fortunately. I went offline for 8 months to play my online game, but I got tired of running my guild for 8 months. And so I took a break. I went back to YouTube and television. You got to remember, I also spend my time on TV too. There we go. Is there any coffee in there? Yes, there is. So, yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time between YouTube, spreadsheets, maybe ham tastes like that if it doesn't have any glaze on it. But you know what? I got barbecue sauce. I got like 6 bottles, so I could probably do barbecued ham with chipotle sauce. It would taste good. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Cook up some in the oven with some barbecue sauce and just have barbecued ham. That should be fine. But no, I didn't get evicted. As a matter of fact, I got researched recently. Oh, that was an interesting thing. So the other day, Black Jesus has heard this story already. He always says, I'm a good storyteller. That gives me good confidence. Thanks, Black Jesus. The other day, we had a manager delayed a recert. Delayed it, mind you. So I finally got a hold of the manager. And I said, what's delaying it? She said, because your advocate helped you with the lease paperwork for recert, which they have to recert unless there's a problem, which they can't recert. Chloe's temper and everything else. Apparently, they claim Chloe's too mentally ill, so they're keeping her here. Good clause, There's a good eviction clause in the lease I read where it says unless they have a damn good reason to not recert you, which is, 3 strikes and you're out, or 4 strikes, I think it is. They have to recert you by law. So, anyways, what happened was, the advocates come. One of the advocates come. I, of course, was tired as hell. They knew it. That's the day Pee-wee's package came in. For some of you curious about it, Pee-wee sent me a teeth count. Sent me this. It wasn't that nice. See, Pee Wee's awesome. She always sends me gifts. Like today is supposed to be toilet paper and bedding in the next 2 weeks, but she sent me this. She told me I just needed the teacups and saucers now, but she got me this tea kettle because I've been drinking tea. Well, anyways, the day this came in, everyone was all stoked about it because I didn't know what it was. She said it was non-edible food. I opened this giant box up and there's a tea kettle in it. So anyway, so what happened was the manager and the advocate and I were talking about in my office about Chloe, which by the way, she's failing her cleaning rules. She's got Wednesday, Thursday to finish up her project, which is 50 hours. Otherwise, she doesn't get her solid state drive for cleaning. We had an inspection recently. They didn't show up here. Apparently, they showed up everyone else, but here, as Black Jesus knows. But anyway, so what happened was I told the advocate in my office, Chloe sent some threats to her ex-roommate and her ex-roommate's friend, or her ex-roommate's best friend, I should say. They're still friends, via email, right? Well, on top of Chloe's temper, as you know, Gail, what happened is she literally went after, you remember the whole story of APS. She literally used code words for the APS lady. Well, Chloe's ex-roommate's moderator here, Cactus Blossom. And Cactus Blossom decided to email the APS lady. APS lady didn't give a shit, apparently. But she also emailed Advocate 2, which does the restraining orders. Advocate 2 didn't give two shits. Well, then about a week later, this was last Thursday, this was 6 days ago, Chloe goes on and on and on. And I ain't taking her shit anymore. I'm standing my ground. I told Chloe, there's the fucking door. Leave. Pack your bags and leave. Now. Well, Chloe gets mad. Furiously mad. So she calls up to speak to Advocate 1 and 3. She demands to speak to Advocate 1 and 3. The receptionist says, well, I can't put you through to voicemail. She says, listen here, Rita's fucking kicked me out. And every other word came out of Chloe's mouth was the F-bomb. I need effing food. I need an effing roof over my head. I need an effing hotel. I need effing help. I need F. Eventually, Carmen, that's the receptionist, hung up. And Black Jesus knows this story already, hung up. Well, I told Chloe, because I was sitting there quietly, And by the way, my phone number changed, by the way, Gail, so you'll have to email me because my new phone's right here. So I have this. I don't use my smartphone because I'm not going to be tracked. So I have this basic government-issued flip phone, which until they tell me I can't use it, it's my phone. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. She gets a hold of Advocate 1. And Advocate 1 says, we can't help you because you dropped F-bombs. You refuse to get medicated. You refuse to go to a mental hospital. You refuse to leave. Rita has all rights to tell you to leave. If you don't leave, we're going to advocate for Rita to get rid of you. Well, Chloe, of course, was pissed. So she hung up on Advocate 1. Yeah. Meanwhile, her mom and her don't get along because dear old mom's pissed off that Chloe could have been living in Ohio with a 2019 car and a house paid for, taxes paid for, electricity paid for. It's a farmhouse. Internet paid for, everything paid for. All Chloe has to do is live there and look after the farm when dear old mom takes her trips out of country, mostly, cruises. Well, story goes like that was Christmas time. Chloe was supposed to take a trip to SeaTac Airport, our local airport. Black Jesus probably hasn't heard this one, but, I'm a good storyteller, as he says. So Chloe decides to sleep in, do everything. And I tell Chloe, better get up early, catch the ferry early, because, we live on an island. And take the ferry down, take the buses down, and get down to your hotel and check in at 3 because mom paid a $300 room for the night. What does Chloe do? Waits till like 4:15 to take the 4:15 boat. Leaves, gets in. And I tell Chloe in the ferry, I don't think you're going to make it. Oh, yeah. Well, at that point, it was like 5:30, right? Chloe's on the bus going to March's Point, right? And I'm on Zoom, mind you, Zoom video conferencing with Poppy, my father-in-law, and I'm on Zoom with Chloe's mom. And I tell her, I don't think Chloe's going to make it. She says, okay, I'll call. Calls on Zoom while we're all there chuckling. And Chloe says, oh, yeah, I'll make it, So Chloe gets to the bus station, Mount Vernon. The last 90X bus, it goes to Everett, where she connects up to take the bus to Seattle, which is a double-decker British-type bus, left 20 minutes earlier. So she goes to Greyhound, checks the trains, checks this, checks that. Guess what? Can't do it. Mom says, get a cab. Chloe calls up the cab companies. Not one of them wants to do it. She's like, oh, I got vouchers. I got this. We don't take vouchers. It's for the island only. She says, well, I have $200 in my debit card. Can you get me to Everett? Nope, not going to happen. Nope, none of them are going to do it. So Chloe's mom said, enough's enough. I ain't putting up with this shit. Told Chloe to go fuck off. So if Chloe calls, her mom literally lasts 2 minutes and then hangs up on her because Chloe's always talking about, oh, I'm going to try to get help. The thing is, Chloe doesn't even want to try to get help. So what's mom do? Cut her off. Mom sends me teas from time to time, and I send her teas. We talk about teas, but otherwise, I don't even bring up Chloe in an email anymore because it isn't even worth my time, So, but yeah, Chloe could have had everything given to her. I don't know if Pee-wee has Facebook. I think Pee-wee's only connected to something else. I don't know. I don't ask Pee-wee. Yeah, well, my thing is my phone number's changed. Didn't you hear me? My phone number changed. My number is different. So you'll have to email me, and I can give you my number that way. But my phone's off, see? My phone's turned off. Flip the screen, it turns on. Phone's off. I turned it off because I used to call Dad around 4.5 hours ago to tell him I'm sorry, I'm sleeping. Breakfast burrito, yeah, figures. I just had ham. But, the ham kind of semi-tasted funny, so I'm going to need to look at a sauce for it. Maybe I'll dip it in barbecue sauce. Why was I thinking of drinking that? The pandemic isn't over. That's the thing. Pee-wee and I have already talked about this yesterday. You missed a good episode yesterday where, the CDC is already saying 100 million cases are going to be coming between fall and winter, fall of 2022 to winter of 2023. The pandemic ain't over. On top of that, we have monkeypox to worry about now. Not just monkeypox, we got gun restrictions coming into play, and Republicans are duking it out for Roe versus Wade. So because, the Black Jesus is having himself a burrito, I will go use the bathroom real quick and I'll explain what I'm talking about because I did it earlier, but I can make it fast and efficient this time around. Hey, I saw something cool. What? I think I ate too much ham. That's why it tastes kind of funny. You know what I was thinking? You overbought so many bottles of Chipotle barbecue sauce. Maybe I'll Chipotle barbecue it. Okay, sorry about that. So I'm back. So let me just tell you what I think's going on, okay? So basically, since Gail's back, she hasn't been on for months, almost a year. We have to worry about Roe versus Wade, as I said. The Republicans are basically bankrolling that nothing's going to happen. Unfortunately, there's a lot of problems. Women are going to be going in droves to vote them out if it's overturned, due to the fact that they don't want a bounty on their head in Texas for basically having an abortion, which they're entitled to have the abortion. To me, I think abortion should be right. And also, some states are allowing it that once you have get conceived, whether it be raped or incest, the baby's got to be born. Again, I think that's where women have the right to vote these fuckers out of office. Now, the second problem is gun control. A lot of people are turning around and saying it's time we do some serious gun discussions and control due to the fact that an 18-year-old in Texas bought 2 rifles and went in and shot up a school. 19 kids are dead. It's like Gail. Gail's got grandkids and Gail's got daughters and sons and stuff, and etc. And Gail would agree that if her school was if her kid's school was targeted, she'd be feeling the same way, that it's time we do something because kids' lives are irreplaceable. Same goes with any adult lives. They're irreplaceable. Once you're dead, you're dead. You ain't coming back. So you got to think about the future, And so they're bitching about that. So as long as Roe versus Wade gets overturned, the Republicans are going to lose. And if they decide they're going to sit on their ass on gun control, when 96% of Americans think they should just do something to keep them out of hands of mentally ill. By the way, Texas said, quote, unquote, it's a mental ill health issue. Hey, let me bring him here. Everyone knows him. Hi. What's up? You want a grump? I got to fix the chair again. You want a grump? Hello, everyone. My name's Moppy. I'll get you a piece of ham soon, okay? You can have a piece of ham, too. Ham's for doggies. Anyways. Oh, everyone knows it. That's the thing. Everyone knows it. That's the thing. Everyone knows it, so everyone's pissed off and they want gun control. But, as I said in the beginning of my video, that the Republicans think that no one's going to give a shit about guns or Roe versus Wade. A lot of women out there, 87% of them said they'll vote fucking Democratic or Independent to get rid of these bastards that think that their rights don't matter. And they're going to rally to get the Supreme Court dissolved, which is fine by me. But here's the fucking kicker of this whole ordeal, okay? They want to say that they're going to be bankrolling on inflation. Now, as I said earlier to some of the viewers, I don't know if Black Jesus was around then, you could cut your corners on inflation. Look at me and look at Gail, for example. Gail uses public transportation most of the time. She has a helper that, last time I remember, a maid. But she also has access to buses and trains and whatever else. So, Greyhound, whatever. She could go wherever she needs to by public transportation. So, do you think Gail gives 2 shits about gas prices? No. Do you think Gail gives a shit about her family paying $5, $6 a gallon? Shouldn't bother her. It's not her money. Her opinion is the Republicans want to blame it on the Democrats. Here's the fucking problems with both fucking Democrats and Republicans. Well, Gail and I went round and round and round on who's going to win the election. I already told her flat out right on the phone. Biden's going to be our next president. Embrace it. God's chosen. Of course, everyone out there thinks it was stolen, but thing is, they have not found any evidence yet that's stolen. But I'm not going to go there. I'm being neutral here. The way to fix inflation's this. Most fucking people can fucking use their legs. I live on an island. If I want to go somewhere, I'll use my legs. I'll use my trike. Chloe can basically take her bike down to the harbor, take the bike across, load it on a bus on the other side, and take her bike to the smoke shop, lock it up, and then afterwards from the smoke shop, get on her bike, ride 2 miles back to town, go to Safeway, lock her bike up, then carry her groceries home or whatever she's doing. I mean, she doesn't need the fucking, or she could just take a cooler or a shopping cart. But the point is, people sit there and bitch about gas prices. And the thing is, I walk everywhere, so gas doesn't matter to me. They say 95% of people don't give a shit about gas because a lot of these fucking people that live in suburbia have access to buses, light rail, trains, trams, trolleys. Why should they even fucking worry about gas? They can sit there and complain it's $5 a gallon, or they could pay $5 a day, or $50 a fucking week, or get a discount, maybe it's $35 a week, just to fucking buy. I think it's like 5 times, $35 a week. Instead of paying let's see, that's 6 gallons of gas in your tank, or $35 for a fucking week pass, hypothetically, to ride the bus, train, trams, or whatever. Portland, you can ride anything. Trams, buses, trolleys. $2.50 a day if you're disabled. $5 a day if you're not disabled. You can buy a weekly pass or a monthly pass. The more you pay for your weekly or monthly pass or even a 2-week pass, it's cheaper in the long run than fucking using your car. You can keep your car parked as long as you have access to the fucking mass transit. You can ride anywhere and not worry about fucking gas. People shouldn't be saying, oh, well, it's the Democrats' fault. No, it isn't. You know whose fault it is? I'm going to tell you the fucking truth here. That's what I do. I tell the truth. Fucking Republicans and Democrats are the fucking problem with the fucking gas problem. You know why? I'll tell you why. Those cocksuckers in office and those assholes didn't tell you while they're blaming the Democrats for it that it was both Democrats and Republicans that decided to picture this. We put sanctions on Russia, so we're not getting cheap Russian oil anymore. But the main question you got to ask yourself, right? And Pee Wee understands this, and Dan, and Chloe, and Higgins, and Chris, and everyone else, is why the fuck should you worry about gas when you should worry about where the fuck your excess gas reserves went, your gasoline, your oil reserves? That the United States produces is like the 5th largest oil producer in the fucking world, and yet we got no fucking oil to our name. We're exporting it. And we're exporting our oil and we're importing other oil. And yet we don't have our reserves. Think about it. You want to sit there? Both Democrats and Republicans signing a deal, exporting all our oil overseas. And while we're at it, we're importing all this Chinese-made crap, which we could change the balance of powers and basically make everything at home. Everything was made at home, but we took our designs from the U.S. Patent Office, designs like can openers, cell phones, TVs, etc. And what did we do? We started making the shit cheaper in China, cutting out jobs. And now we have Chinese-made crap backed up on our ports. Not enough truck chassis. If we took 6 months of our time to a year and found cities that were struggling, doesn't matter if it's Washington, Oregon, California, Texas, Idaho, Missouri, Gales from Missouri, and we put in truck chassis manufacturers, and we made 1,000 truck chassis a month, or 12,000 a year. That's 12,000 containers we can move. If we made 100,000 truck chassis, and we produce more semi trucks than anything, we could take all our semi trucks that we have, new ones and used ones, make a factory that makes truck chassis, and we can move everything across country really quickly. Truckers would have jobs. Truck manufacturers would make truck chassis, and they could slowly taper off the speeding of the truck chassis until the truck chassis rusted out or got into an accident. Otherwise, we could have our infrastructure fixed, and they can move the trucks from the ports to the train depots and load them on train cars. And you can build a second or even a third or even fourth crane that can load them up faster and load them onto the train carts, move them out faster to get them to the stores like Walmart, Sears, Lowe's, Home Depot, wherever. Target, Walmart, Fred Meyer's, Kroger's, and we can have our freaking things. If we have to rely on Chinese, we can fucking do this. Then while we're at it, while we're doing that and alleviating, China's already in lockdown. Out of 1.2 billion people, 1 billion of them are on lockdown, living off their savings, which is almost dry. The government is so worried about this pandemic in China that they got everything in lockdown. Meaning, factories are only at 10%. So, supply and demand. Supply is low, demand is high. And yet, we have a shipping problem. They want to blame the Democrats for it. You can't blame the Democrats for everything. You want to blame someone, blame Chinese people, blame the foreigners that can't ship their products out fast enough because they're in lockdown. But no, you got to blame the Republicans, blame the Democrats when it's both their faults. I mean, you could start building factories across the country, televisions, laptops, computer parts. You can have everything mass produced here and be, what's that word? Competitive with the rest of the country is by making this stuff. We used to make cell phones. We used to make televisions, radios, a lot of shit. But during the 80s, they thought taxes were too high. So look what happened. They fucking shipped everything off overseas. Gail probably remembers going into Mervyn's or J.C. Penney or Sears or Lamont's or the Bon Marché and buying her Levi pants for her and her families, made in America for $25 or less. Now they're $150, made in Vietnam, China, Cambodia, Myanmar. Think of it. Do you think it could be the medication they're giving these bipolar people? Sorry, maybe it's making them even more depressed. No one knows what triggers bipolar people or borderline people or narcissistic people. No one knows, Black Jesus. That's the problem. The problem is medications given will help them if they wait 30 days. But at the same time, the medications will speed up heart disease. And heart disease will kill you like it did my husband. So, Gail's got grandchildren coming. See? Stormy. Yeah, well, I made an example, Gail, that you know what? Personally, I don't give two shits about gas prices because we have mass transit. People want to bitch about mass transit and their gas prices. There's a fucking problem in this world. They want to fucking bitch about gas prices because to me, it doesn't affect me. So if you're fucking on retirement and you got mass transit, that's one thing you should just throw out the fucking window is fucking gas prices. Food pricing is problematic because of two fucking problems here, okay? And people shouldn't be voting the fucking Democrats out because of inflation. They should be voting them out for their own personal men. When I go to the voting this election, I ain't voting them out. I'm not voting any of them out. I'm going to be voting my way. But I will tell you, I'm not voting Republican because they want to take away Roe versus Wade. They want to make it so it's a bounty on your head if you help anyone in another state get an abortion like in Texas. They want to give you the death penalty if you're in Nebraska, Oklahoma, or Idaho if you have an abortion. These things I am saying, if a woman's raped, they should have the abortion. No ifs, ands, or buts. But no, they want to force that. If incest, they don't care if the kid turns out retarded. It's a life. To me, you don't want a retarded kid. Sorry to say. I'm outspoken on that part, but the gas prices doesn't mean shit to me. I walk everywhere. To me, it's better for the economy anyways, in my opinion, and I don't have to worry. Now, if other fucking... I've talked to people on Social Security, disability, retirement survivors, everything, SSI, who have bikes, trikes, mass transit. They're not worried about fucking gas prices. They should just ride a bus. They don't need to. They say, problem with owning a car is people bitch about gas prices, but they don't. They also don't tell you, which you got to look closely between the lines. They bitch about their insurance being raised every fucking 3 months. Higher prices on car insurance. Problem is we shouldn't be worried about fucking gas prices. No ifs, ands, or buts. Mass transit. If you're on disability, use the fucking mass transit. Don't fucking bitch about fucking gas prices. Now, people want to bitch about food. You should see the Facebook and the Twitter things, the welfare office here in the state. Oh, are we going to get 50 to 75% more? If you get 50 to 75% more cost of increase, the fucking stores are going to raise it 50 to 75% just to fucking screw you over so you can't make ends meet. The problem is people these days are bitching about food pricing. Look, if you go on Amazon or Walmart to get mayonnaise, you won't need to go spend $10 on mayonnaise and hear them say there's an egg shortage. Why is there an egg shortage? Chickens got sick, so they killed millions of hen-laying eggs because of some virus. Oh, well, why is pork so expensive? They had to kill 1.5 million or 2 million pigs because if you remember correctly, you brought this story up a year and a half ago, Gail, where you said that they're starting to slaughter pigs because farmers can't keep them because the pandemic was holding back the slaughterhouses. Current activation of the slaughterhouses and meatpacking plants are 30% capacity. That means 70%. They're not at full capacity, which means your pricing on your pork has gone through the roof. They killed the pigs. Maybe the farmers made sure all the farmers ate good with those fat pigs and smoked it and everything else. But guess what? They turned around and handed the prices off to you, the consumer, when they started raising more pigs for slaughter. So they double charged on the pigs. They're not going to pay. The government ain't bailing them out. They turn around and put the cost on the consumer. So chickens, the consumers are paying for. Pigs, same thing. Beef, cows were going through the fucking roof. They couldn't slaughter them. Same thing. They passed along the pricing, the new steak pricing and beef pricing to the consumers. Same with lamb, same with veal, same with reindeer, same with elk, same with moose, same with caribou. Caribou's reindeer. Same with deer, duck, you name it. People do raise ducks. Duck eggs are through the roof. Duck eggs, the ducks that they have for duck eggs, they've not once lost one duck like they did with chickens. Same goes with lamb. Same with goat. All those meats were slaughtered because they got too fat and no one was buying them because it was expensive. And that's because they spent all their stimulus money on junk. I mean, for Black Jesus and for the other viewers out there besides Gail will tell you there was a fucking idiot out here, 2 years ago, Gail, if I remember correctly, a year and a half ago, hun, that was talking about buying a new Samsung or iPhone with their stimulus money. And Gail, just like me, said, you can't fucking eat an iPhone. They got mad. I think it was Gail that gave him the boot, too, at the time. I don't remember. But you get the idea, you know. So, basically, you know, the point is, you know, Gail, you know, she's leaving. But you know what? I will be leaving, too, soon because, you know, it's 5 in the morning. So, I might be on 3 or 4 hours later because Pee-wee, I'll email Pee-wee about that. But Gail said she's leaving. It's storming. Here it's 49 degrees at 5:15. And, you know, I got movies, you know. Look, everyone wants Biden out of office. But as I told you a year and a half ago when Biden took office, before you disappeared, I said he's going to get a second term, more likely. There's no way that he's not going to get a second term. The thing is, you want him out of office, but there's not a damn thing you can do about it. You and I can bitch about it till the cows come home, Gail. We don't have a fucking saying unless you go and do something rational like Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly was the patsy for JFK. You don't have any... you have a voice. You have first rights amendments, but there's nothing you can do about it. It's fucking electoral college. And the electoral college is doing their own thing. And by the way, as I said time and time again, Republicans and Democrats are being pitted against each other. If we could just fucking come together as a entire nation, we could see what they're doing wrongly. But as I said, I already got the vision for what's happening in 2022. Pee-wee's waiting patiently for me to come out, but it has to be closer to election time due to the fact that there's 3 problems. Let me use the bathroom, everyone. I'll tell Gail, since she's still here, the problems. Okay, here's the problems, okay? Again, I've said this time and time again. 1, if Roe versus Wade is overturned, every suburban woman out there, 87+% will vote Republicans out of fucking office. They're waiting for it. So if the Supreme Court decides to back out and redo their opinion piece before they go to recess, then the Republicans are saved. 2, suburbians, mothers, and parents want gun control. That's their second main agenda. They know if they don't give gun control to these people, the Republicans are being voted out of office. And when they do, what happens? Both House and Senate stays Democratic. We get more seats. And I'm not Democratic. I say we, as in the nation, gets more seats for Democrats. And then what happens? They go and they petition the Supreme Court to be dissolved. Enough said. Then we're in a worse situation than we are because They're doing this. See, the Democrats are basically rallying right now. And if they do this, third, they're waiting till June, which is June now, to see what happens at these last evidence before they send it to the DOJ to see if they're going to prosecute Donald Trump for his insurrection. And if they do, we all go up and smoke anyways. You see where I'm going with this whole picture? So we have 3 things we're waiting for in the next 6 months. Meanwhile, people say, oh, he's got to be out of office. We don't have a choice. We have to accept it. God's sitting up there saying, look, you know why God's doing this to some of us? Do you really want to fucking know why? Black Jesus is probably curious. He's awesome, by the way. You're awesome, Black Jesus. I'll tell you why. Because every one of these fucking panty-waist son of a bitches in this country are consuming too much fucking stuff, wasting too much. I just realized recently when I was eating celery that you don't throw away the celery leaves, the leaves of the celery, the little celery things at the top where the leaves connect to. You can give it to a rabbit and he'll eat the damn thing. So waste not, want not. I've been giving it a little extra snacks and bonuses to Boon Boon, which, by the way, everyone knows I have a rabbit. But point is people are consuming too much. Let's just put it to this way. Everyone fucking sits there like Chris, okay? I ripped Chris a new one the other day, moderator Chris, Cam. He said, oh, I don't have to worry if the government, if we have problems. Me and Pee Wee tried to explain this. Even Gail's smart enough to know this one. He's claiming that credit cards will save him. Well, right now there's 6.5 billion, mind the way, billion new credit card applications in this country. If there's 300 million, that's what? 400% increase on credit card debt? I'm sorry, but I don't believe in credit cards because one reason. Say, and Gail knows this already, she's not going to debate or argue with me, that if we have a hacker shut down the power grid in this fucking country, your ATMs ain't going to work. You ain't going to get any fucking money. You ain't going to get anything out of your debit card. You're fucking going hungry. I keep telling you, stockpile food, stockpile silver coins. If you have the money, get some gold coins. Have a safe. Put everything away. Make sure that you got extra backups just in case. That's your best safe course of action. Even Gail knows this. You don't go and spend fucking $1,200 on a phone and then go hungry and then sell it at a pawn shop 3 months later when you're hungry. Plain and simple. You see, the Democrats and the Republicans are both at fault. Gas prices are inflation. You want to blame Republicans or Democrats? Fine. The truth is, they're both asshole those party assholes for both parties are the fucking assholes because they sold your oil. They sold all our oil, exporting it, and then they're importing our oil. You know. And guess what? Now you're suffering. And you want to blame, oh, it's the Democrats and Biden. Bullshit. It's not Biden. It's the fucking country who sold their fucking oil out to fucking other countries. That's why your gas prices are so fucking high. Read the fucking newspapers. You want me to argue? Okay, I'll argue some more about a couple other things. You want to say the food prices are fine? The government wouldn't let these fucking farmers slaughter their animals, so they passed prices to us. The government could have did more to control control and keep the jobs flowing and meat packing plants at 100%, slaughterhouses at 100%. Nope. They decided it wouldn't be prudent. You see? So to me, I don't want to hear we need to get Biden out of office because frankly, we don't need to get Biden out of office. When the time comes, whether he gets elected out or reelected in, he'll have his time. Then he'll be out of office. Then we get another president. The thing is, we just got to sit back and be patient. That's the thing. You don't see me complaining. People don't want children, can't they get... Look, you just said, can't they get it? I guess you've been living under a rock, Gail, because frankly, if you listen, they're going to reverse Roe versus Wade, and every trigger law will be in place. So, for example, Missouri basically will say it's 6 weeks, up to 6 weeks for an abortion. Otherwise, no abortion. Texas, no abortion. If you get an abortion out of state, bounty hunters will come after you and the doctor. In other states, it's a death penalty if you get an abortion. So don't tell me, oh, a shot. Well, right now abortions are legal, but they're trying to take away abortions. You see where I'm going with this? Black Jesus, I know you're here. Look, for meat, whatever. The thing is if you want American meat, you're going to be paying through the price, or you just go buy American can of beans, like I'm telling Gail, and eat that for your protein. I mean, you're not going to get a deal on meat unless you look closely. Otherwise, your food stamps aren't going to suffice now. By July, they're taking away food stamps for everyone and giving you basic food stamps. Now, the only way you're going to get more food stamps is if they re-up the food stamps before July. And if they don't, everyone goes back to work and you lose your phone service. Well, Biden's already eating the best food in the world, so technically we can't argue. Because frankly, Biden's the commander-in-chief. Look, Gail's gone, okay, people? But they're not going to impeach Biden. He didn't break any laws, okay? If they have something that's concrete that they can impeach him, they would, but they can't impeach him. The only thing everyone knows is the Republicans want both House and Senate so they can impeach the damn people, put more strength in, and basically do voter infringement against people like Black Jesus who can't vote. They're going to basically make it so blacks won't be able to vote, Hispanics won't be able to vote, Asians. It'll be whites only and whites only. You see where I'm going with this? They want to basically cripple the fucking country by taking away more rights because these white rhinoceros fucking Republicans can't get their heads out of their ass that we're in a new era where we let women vote, women have abortion rights, blacks have the rights to live peacefully without, and they shouldn't stereotypical black people as thugs. Not all black peoples are fucking thugs. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. But guess what? Most people out there, they don't want to listen. They want to listen to other issues. And by the way, one of these days I should go over to my websites. Here we go. And order my tobacco coupons. I've been not doing it lately for the last 2 months. Sign in. My credentials can't be. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Fine. You want to fucking do this to me, cocksuckers? I'll do it this way, you son of a bitch. There we go. See? Look, I already know my fucking password, you son of a bitch. You're just fucking do this. Damn fucking thing. What? Because I haven't been on in a while, you want to fucking lock me out? Damn cocksucking morons. Oh, yeah, it's tractors. Here you go. There's fucking tractors, you son of a bitch. Verify. Oh, so my account's been fucking gone, huh? Fine, we'll do it this way then. My email's this, you son of a bitch. So apparently my birth date is wrong and my email address is wrong. You gotta be fucking kidding me. So apparently they're not letting me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna answer my security question. Security question. See, security questions is fucking good. There we go. Fucking pecker wads. Update password. That's fine. I hate when they fucking do this. They're like, you can't get in. You're like, why not? Oh, my coupons are here? Fine. Give me my damn coupons then. Yeah. Just disable the volume so I don't hear any videos. That's what I want. I want my delivered to my mailbox. I like my mailbox coupons. One roll. At least it's that. I remember 4 years ago a roll was fucking All right, so school's done. We got here we go. You gotta be fucking kidding me again. Fine. I wonder if it works for all passwords. Let me see. You gotta be fucking kidding me again. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking thing? Yeah, it's the same damn company and they're fucking screwing me over again. Stairs. Click, 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 click. Simple. Tractors. Skip. Fine. What if we do it this way? Does this work? Nope. How about I use my email address and fucking pecker wads? So apparently this one here won't do it. At least I got skull working, but still. Traffic lights. Fine. Here's a traffic light. Fine. Verify. Here we go. What the fuck? I didn't ask for Path of Exiles, you son of a bitch. Answer my security question. Yep, same question. Then I just changed my password. Apparently, I got to use my email address now. There we go. Yeah, update password. Yeah, whatever. Just fucking next. I hate when they ask, what type of stuff do you do? It's not your business. It's going to be my coupons. So basically, Copenhagen's also gives you a coupon, but Grizzly stopped doing coupons. Grizzly. Yep. So how the fuck do I go down here? Our fifth anniversary lid? I don't care about fifth anniversary lid. So apparently it's not letting me get my coupons. It used to be $5 off a can. I can't even get to my coupons. Let me guess, won't let me do it because they fucking did something. There. Fine, we'll reload to see this changes. Nope, won't let me in. Let me see if I can get Redman. Redman's good. Of course. Redman's interesting too. I think same company, but still. America's Best Chew. All right. They give me like $30 a month coupon. There we go. Yep, logged in. So we just go over to coupons like here. Haven't done this in a while. So we want a free pouch tobacco, $20 of coupons, which I always love because I always use the $20. And my savings, see? Since I can't get that, Skoal's my brand anyway, so I won't do Copenhagen that much. They used to have a bourbon tobacco flavor, but it's just pretty damn good. Still, my point is Black Jesus still with us? I know he's making a burrito. Gail is gone, so anyways, I'm checking something real quick. I haven't logged into a website for a while. Log in. Yep, still here. Remember a username. See, I don't come here much, but remind me later. That's a different number. Yep. Okay, here we go. I'm just checking something anyways. Because, Pee Wee, she's a sweetheart. She's like, oh, yeah, I got some packages coming for you. And I was like, okay, so FedEx should be in my system. It tells me exactly what's coming where. So I think UPS always tells me, even if it's a gift, unless they put gift delivery. Look, I just want to look at fucking managed deliveries. Is there any deliveries coming? So, okay, here we go. Looks like none. And then I close it. I just want to fucking see. One shipment? Oh, here we go. Tracking number master. What is this? See, if you log into certain things like UPS, FedEx, tell you if there's something shipped. If you have like tracking or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't show anything. So there we go. And then what you do is you go to tracking, right? View all shipments. So you got to log in. It says log into my dashboard again. I'm just checking to see because I have FedEx and UPS. This should be the password, right? Sometimes they do that. Look, just fucking see. This is the problem. Someone keeps fucking. So FedEx doesn't have anything. UPS doesn't have anything, and my email address just got the thing in it. Notification, UPS. Here we go. Your username is, yeah, okay. So we'll just do this then. Email. So basically there's a problem with my That's what I did, you son of a bitch, but they fucking turned around and wouldn't give it to me. So they basically locked me out of FedEx or something. Someone basically hacked my account or something. I don't know. It's fucking stupid as hell, I tell you. So it won't let me fucking log in. It says your account's been locked. So I'll just go forget my username and password. Reset my password. We're sorry the application encountered an error. So let me look at something real quick. I have an access backdoor I can check, Okay, here we go. Tracking logon and website has gone up by 51%. Yeah. Yeah, this is, Yeah, okay. So basically their their website's down by 90%. See, I know these things. That's why I check it out. So, anyways, at least I have my email, right? So, anyways, one of my buddies emailed me, right? Funny story. And Chloe was looking at Layla, something to do with my birthday present. And they turned around and they said, I'm sorry, we can't deliver that to you because it was sold. So Chloe's like, damn it. you know. So, anyways, we got 3 days of food stamps, right? Did you guys see the email I sent on not email, I sent the thing I said to Chloe. So I was minding my own business, telling Chloe what I think, right? And Chloe turns around and she says to me, even if I do it on payday, I'll get the house finished cleaned up. And I was like, well, you're burning daylight, she won't do it. She turned around the other day and she said that she was upset. See, right now it's 3 days before food stamps are loaded, right? And they extended it, but mine's saying 20. So, I was checking on it because, if they say 20, it's pretty bad. But the thing is, like I said, Gail came back. I don't know why. She tried calling me. She should know I have a different phone number. Yeah, well, with me, I try avoiding meat. It's like today's meat, right? The yeah, you heard me say earlier the stuff tastes like crap, right? So it is what it is, right, brother? Anyways, glad you're here, by the way, Black Jesus. I mean, Gail left a year and a half ago after freaking Biden got in. She would not listen to anything. She said, "Oh, the election's stolen." I'm sorry to say, okay. You might be a Trumper. I may be neutral because that's what God wants me to be, but I can tell you exactly what's coming down the pipe. I'm just not allowed to tell you all because duly noted. And Brother Black Jesus is standing around and he's saying, "What the hell is she doing?" Simple. I was looking for barbecue sauce. Okay, so with enough barbecue sauce, I could probably get away with barbecued ham. Maybe just stick, not sick. Stick, Stick. You said sick. Problem is you can't trust fish either, brother Jesus, because frankly, the fish might be contaminated. I mean, think. Well, let me tell you a story. Okay, I know you. You're gonna probably say, "Oh, Rita's a great storyteller." If you live on Washington, California, Oregon, Alaska, Hawaii, anywhere in the East Coast, including Texas, you're seeing, and the Great Lakes, you're seeing your price of fish go through the roof unless you're buying trout, salmon, and steelhead. Numbers are so low that they're not letting you catch them. And when you do buy them, you're paying 2 to 4, even 6 times the price that salmon and steelhead were 20 years ago because the spawning numbers are so low. So chicken, on the other hand, again, there is a problem with chicken. Egg laying hens, as you've heard me say time and time again, were slaughtered. Therefore, the chicken prices went through the roof. Eggs alone are through the roof. Chicken alone is through the roof. I mean, we don't even know how much it's going to cost us. Look, let me give you a little bit of advice about your beef, your roast beef and your chicken, okay, or your pork. What you're buying is not American-made pork, unless it says American-made. You're buying Argentinian-made beef and pork. You got to make sure your pork is from America. Oh, and another thing, rabbits are your friends. You don't eat them. Hi. Yep. Thing is, you claim roast beef is cheap. It might be cheap, but it's cheap because it's imported roast beef. You do know Walmart uses Vietnamese, Chinese, Argentinian, and South American meats. They don't use much U.S. meats, from what I understand. U.S. meats are getting so high, it's not even funny. So, and you say pork ribs aren't, when pork ribs are on sale, you grab pork ribs. Mostly pork ribs aren't on sale. I mean, look, I live in an area where I send Chloe off to get Safeway. Current deals is bacon and pork chops this week. I mean, I'll be living on pork chops. Not that I need to, which reminds me, I have some pork chops I can make up. And that's the thing. I have pork chops. Food Bank gave me 4 pork chops, so I'll use them up. Make my mushroom gravy that I make. Pork chops and mushroom gravy. But the point is nothing is cheap in this world. I mean, we're only going into here, and here's the problem, Black Jesus. Okay, you can say, "Oh, roast beef and chicken's cheap, and beef ribs are cheap." I want to give you a little bit of advice on economics 101, or even economics 102, 103, or the severe economics 104, the highly advanced economics. It goes like this. What is coming up? You already know this summer. What does people do in the summer? They barbecue. Now, right before summer starts, you get your meats. Right after summer starts, you don't go and get anything until about winter time, because for 3 to 6 months, your meat's going to go through the roof. Same goes, ergo, fuel's going to go through the roof through the summer. The quality of the meat doesn't matter. What matters is everyone's going to suck up all your meats for barbecues, whether it be at beaches, parks, homes, grills, smokers, whatever, going through the roof. That's economics 101. Economic 102. Gas prices are going to go through the roof because it's summertime. People are going to fill up the Winnebago and the diesel and the gas and go out. Gas prices are going to go through the roof. $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 a gallon. Why? Because people are going to be firing up the Winnebago, firing up the pickup truck, firing up the diesel truck, and towing the travel trailer, loading their camper up, taking their motor home. Economics 103. Another problem with gas? People are going to fill up their damn boats and go all over the place with it. Yeah. And it won't go down until after the election. You see? So you got pricing going up and food going up. Not to mention economics 104. Canned goods will go through. Anything that you can use for barbecue, corn on the cob, salad makings, uh, canned beans, you name it, sides to go with your your barbecue, you know. I mean, think of it that way. People sit there and say, I don't know shit, but you know what? I know more than most people. That's the truth. Economics 105. Booze is going to go up in price because of summer. Everyone wants to get shit faced. It's going to be wine, beer, spirits, vodka, gin, tequila, rum, Canadian whiskey, Scotch whiskey, American whiskey, bourbon whiskey, Irish whiskey, vodka. Think of it. And then people sit there and they bitch. Oh, well, my prices are so high. Again, you can cut out your booze intake to zero, saving money. You can save your summer expenses by not buying steak or ribs. I mean, we're in a economy that's collapsing. And the way to support it is to cut corners. Grocery stores, they're going to make a killing anyway. Look at it, so who cares? Just cut your corners. If you can't afford something, don't go and use your credit card to go buy a steak. Don't go and buy a lobster or salmon or steelhead or whatever. Let me put it this way, Black Jesus. If I had to choose between chicken, fish, or canned goods, I would choose the canned goods. Because eventually they're going to do it. See, right now they recalled chicken breasts. Chicken breasts have been recalled, and other chicken's going to be recalled soon due to salmonella. So, canned goods. Then when they can't recall anymore until it's a volunteer where you get chicken and you get salmonella and you sick and die, well, you should have got rid of the chicken, but instead you voluntarily ate it because, the company doesn't want to admit their fault. So they want you to buy double the chicken. So they make money no matter what. They sold you the tainted chicken, then they sell you fresh chicken. They make double the money. Same's going to happen with lamb, buffalo, goat, beef. Think of it. They're going to do whatever they can to fucking screw you over left and right to get your money by recalling so many damn things. People are just going to throw it away, not knowing if it's good or not. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, I agree, Black Jesus, but I also agree that, that people like you and I, we're civil people, and I consider you truly a good subscriber. So, you may have your politics, I may have mine. I have to be neutral, God's orders. But the thing is, at least you don't sit there on my channel and say, oh, we got to get Biden out. See, this is why. Let me tell you a story about that, okay? And I know you love my stories. The story goes like this: Gail comes on. Haven't seen her in almost a year and a half. Year and a half. Starts in about Biden has to go. Well, the government's probably watching me anyways. They always watch my channel because of the Chloe incident with Secret Service. So when they see Gail say Biden's got to go, they'll go and pull up Gail's info and say, "Oh, Republican Hill Jack from Missouri." They know I won't say anything negative against Biden or Trump. But the thing is that's when they start to monitor people on YouTube that turn around and say something. Now, if you said, "Oh, Biden's got to go, he's got to do this," or whatever, and they start tracking you, it's because they think you're a threat to Biden. To me, all I'm saying is let's wait and see what happens in the next 6 months before we sit there and basically spew shit that no one knows about. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't sit there and say, "Oh, we need to do this and this and this and this and this." Literally, you basically said it yourself. I think it was you. Be careful, Chloe might get my channel closed up, turned off. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm very careful. My opinion is my opinion. Then again, you want a story? I'll tell you a story. Father-in-law and I were talking about tracking, right? He told me it's okay to have a smartphone. The government's going to track you because they just want to know you're safe and everything else, and you're not doing something stupid. To me, the flip phone's the way to go because I'm not being tracked. Dad said, well, if you don't have anything to hide, it doesn't matter if they're tracking you. My thing is tracking me is a violation of my privacy. And I like privacy. Or privacy, I call it privacy. And so because of it, people need to realize my privacy is important. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to check my email and say, oh, Rita emailed her 2 advocates about breakfast. Rita got an email from her layaway store. I mean, literally, what are they going to do? We're checking Rita's bank account every day. What did she order? Oh, $90 in streaming services. What is she watching? Let's just tap into her streaming service through this channel, that channel, and calculate, oh, she's watching a movie of LBJ or Nixon or W or Obama or First Ladies or My Cartoon President. I mean, the FBI file, Black Jesus, must basically got it. You know how they have those little rubber stamps, right? And they sit there and it's in red. It says like classified or whatever, and they can change whatever they want to do. And they go, they probably got in mind when they open it up to put more stuff in my file from YouTube and online and whatever. Rita, boring. Literally, almost the FBI's got a file on me. It's probably got boring in it because what do? I do nothing. I sit here and I say I don't condone violence. I speak about possible gun control, possible the outcome of the elections. They could say, oh, I'm a Biden supporter, I'm a Trump supporter, or neutral, or, the government knows everything anyway, so if it is, they probably got me marked as boring. My father-in-law says if that's the case, you shouldn't worry. Thing is we have privacy issues. Privacy issues. Those issues are simple. And that is simple. That is, we are protected people and we should be enjoying our privacy. And you're right about privacy, quality. Literally, the government looks at you, they probably say, oh, African American man calling himself Black Jesus, boring. Whereas they see Chloe and they put in interesting or put her on watch list. I mean, we don't know. I mean, I'm just, so anyone who sits there and says we need to take out the president, not take him out, but, get rid of him. Or what was it Gail said about, Gail said something, Oh, yeah, I missed one. And those so called stimulus checks, certain states, the ones voted Biden, this is his way of paying for votes. Well, it's not about stimulus checks and buying votes. Did I soak my ham? No, I didn't. I just cooked it in the oven. City Orison boys? Never heard of them. The pandemic's over. She has no restrictions. Pee Wee, I don't know about Pee Wee. Evicted months ago, disappearing 2 little boys. It's not Gail's job to go investigate 2 little boys. Biden has destroyed America. Biden didn't destroy America. It was both Republicans and Democrats. I'm just looking for that comment. She said something about Biden. Let's see. Do you think it could be the medication? Okay, it's storming here. She cares about gas prices. I don't, because I don't drive. Well, here it is. Have you heard of the Westminster? I want Biden out of office. He's destroying the U.S. Yeah, well, guess what? Let me put it to you this way. For some of these people out there, Gail says, I want Biden out of office. People can say the Republicans and Democrats are destroying the office. I mean, literally, you can't blame one fucking person because you're a fucking Republican. Republicans are always hating. The Republicans want to turn around and take Gail's Social Security away if they can get away with it. And then what? Gail's working in a gas station while smoking her pot. I mean, literally, this is what the Republicans want to do. They can't touch Social Security, but this is their dream. The Democrats just want to make sure everyone's equal and gets rights. Blacks are equal, Hispanics, Asians, whites, transgendered, gays, lesbians, bis, queens, etc. But instead, they turn around and they basically want Biden out of office. Look, 2 ways you're going to see Biden out of office. He gets voted out, or he basically gets a second term, and then he can't run again. Any way you look at it, just wait for another president. But if everyone's going to bitch about this administration or the next, has anyone realized, and this is why the government probably puts me as boring and realist is, and the Democrats in 2020 said it's enough of Donald Trump. We want him out. They voted him out. 2016, the Republicans, the people said we want Trump in office. They found out what happened. People during the Obama administration said the same thing. They tried voting him out 2 elections. He stayed in. For that, it was Bush Jr. for 2 terms. People said, oh, Bush Jr. is evil. Bush Jr., and before that, there was people that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton was supporting during the Clinton eras. They said he was terrible. Then you had George Sr. They said he was bad. Reagan was bad. Ford was bad. Carter was bad. Ford was bad. Nixon was bad. LBJ was bad. Kennedy was bad. They say Kennedy was so bad, being Catholic and bad, they killed him. Then you go backwards. Look at every presidential election. Someone's going to say we need him out of office. He's doing damage. It's every fucking election cycle. When will people realize? Sit on your ass. Once you vote the guy in, you can't say anything. You can say it between midterms and regular election cycle. I mean, literally. The midterms are interesting this year because they have Roe versus Wade and gun control. Inflation doesn't have anything to do with it because they can turn around and fucking fix inflation, like I told you all, including Black Jesus. They could turn around and cut their corners to make their food last 30 days by eating ramen, soup, occasional pork steak, pork chop, ham, turkey, whatever they have. And they can survive without bitching about fucking inflation. They sit there and they want to bitch about cars. Yeah, it's your God-given right to own a car, but it's not your God-given right to bitch about the fucking price. If you can fucking take the mass trends and save money, do it. Instead, you think it's your God-given right to have everything for yourself. And then bitch about it. Oh, it's the Republicans, straight people. The Democrats are the problem with the gas price. Oh, it isn't. It's both parties. I don't know what Black Jesus thinks of my blaming both parties, but I blame them both. Because if he owns a car, he or she owns a car. I don't know if Black Jesus is a girl or a guy. I assume a guy because the name Jesus. In Hispanic or Latino speaking countries, it's called Jesus. So Black Jesus. And point making is that they're both at fucking fault. Where's your fucking oil that we've been having in this country? 1900s, people were making millions off oil things. Look at Astor and some of those other wealthy guys went down to Titanic. They were in the oil. And yet, where's our oil? Said we exported it all. Whose fucking fault is it? Both Republicans and Democrats. Mostly Republicans who thought it'd be better to make more money off our oil and import cheaper oil and then sell the cheaper oil at a profit. Whose fucking fault is that? It's not my fault. I'm just the messenger telling you exactly what's going on. Oh, exactly. You make a good point, Black Jesus. Black JC, you make a good point. I mean, think of it that way. You make a good point. People fucking sit there and they hate the word Nazi, but you know what? Look at Ukraine. There's claiming that Russia's claiming they're going after a Jewish President Zelensky because he's Jewish and he's a Nazi. Now, that's their way of going after Nazis. Oh, we're going to go to war because it's a Nazi thing. Yeah, the word Nazi, I mean, how bad was Hitler? No one knows. All right, people say, "Oh, he was terrible," right? Look at the movie A Dinner with the Perfect Stranger with Jefferson Moore as Jesus. He's having dinner with someone, and he said, "Pick one person that's evil and one person's good." She says, "Oh, that's hard." On one hand, she wanted to pick Osama bin Laden. Another hand, she wanted to pick Jeffrey Dahmer. And another hand, she wanted to put Hitler. And he said, pick one. She said, okay, Hitler. Then he said, pick someone that's good. She said, and she said, Mother Teresa. He says, okay, now to make this work, picture Hitler and Mother Teresa in New York, and God's love and God's laws in in California, and then do the whole thing right by the length. And she said, okay. Now, when it comes to Hitler and Saint Teresa, she said, which one's going pretty much to heaven? She said, well, I think Saint Teresa. He said, no. She said, why? Even though Hitler was bad and evil and purely evil, Teresa and Hitler measured out the same to God. And she says, I don't understand. He said, simple. Measuring God. So the Old Testament, everyone was measured the same. You were all sinners. So a sinner can either be pure evil and go to hell, or pure good and go to hell. And if we're pure good, we still go to hell because we're sinners. Sometimes we lie, we cheat, we steal. God's commandments. Follow his commandments. If you break one, you break them all. So, as you know, the old saying goes. So, Hitler was evil and Teresa was the same. Even though they were both good, they are measured by God as a sinner. So God had to come down in human form as Jesus to take away all their sins, including Hitler's sins. But some people say Hitler is in hell anyways. And if you watch the movie Little Nicky, he's probably got pineapples up his ass. Daily, of course. But The joke is, if you look at it, as long as you believe in John 3:16, 5:24, and 6:47, I'm a minister, by the way. God so loved the world. God so loved the world that he gave his one and only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him had everlasting life. But if you read some of the stuff that Paul wrote in the New Testament, because Paul wrote most of the New Testament, he says it's wrong in Romans 1:24 through 32 to be homosexual. No, he's writing to the Romans. Don't basically make love to your horse. Don't be into bestiality and, these things, But, you get these Bible scholars that say, oh, well, Jesus, the New Testament said. No, Jesus never said anything about same-sex marriages or homosexual marriages. Paul said it because Paul was formerly a Pharisee. So he's putting his own Pharisee doctrines into the new covenant. The truth is, as long as you love God as yourself and love your neighbor as yourself, and follow Jesus to the cross, you're saved. You don't need to believe. I mean, remember what someone said, do you believe in Caesar? He says, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and give unto God what is God. Jesus never talked about politics. He didn't say, you got to revolt against Caesar. No, he didn't say anything about politics. He left politics alone. He said, if you love the world, you don't love me. And if you love me, you don't love the world. The bottom line is there's too many people out there, like Jesus. I got to use the bathroom real quick, but I want to get your opinion anyways. That loves the world. They love technology. They love the Old Testament. They think the Old Testament should go back where abortions are illegal. They think same-sex marriages should be illegal. They should be, whatever. So these people worship the Old Testament. They worship the Catholic Church. They worship this. Other people, think of it this way. I'm going to use the bathroom. I want you to think for a minute. You can post comment if you wish. Think of how many people sit there where you're at, Black Jesus. You can go grocery shopping. You can go to a coffee shop. You can go to a restaurant. You can go to the loo, the bathroom at Walmart. You can go wherever you want. What is the one thing people are worshiping the most? Their phone. See, I have this. It's used for Google Voice, but I use this for email when I'm not using my computer. And I send emails out with the pen and stuff. Otherwise, I leave it alone. People worship items. People worship material possessions. People don't give God his due anymore. They believe transgender people believe if God was real, they would have prayed, dear God, at 5 years old, make me a girl. When God didn't make them a girl, and they woke up the next morning with their willy between their legs, they basically said, there is no God. You see where I'm going with this? People worship material possessions. They don't worship anything but material possessions. Their phones, they're always on it. When they started making it so people could take their email with you, phone with you, data planner, or, what's that called? Your daily planner and everything else combined on a phone. That was great at Swiss cheese. But what happened? Things went down the shitter. Kids now need cell phones, otherwise it's considered abuse. God went the way of the dodo bird. Bathroom time. For example, I gotta put the ham away. For example, I tell people be neutral in politics because it doesn't make you a bit good. You can sit there and bitch till the cows come home about Biden's bad or Trump's bad or McConnell's bad or Pelosi's bad or Kevin McCarthy's bad. The thing is, no one gives a shit, okay? In the world where we live, you either have politics and put everything in your baskets by voting, or you give it to God and let God decide what he's going to do for this country. And if God says Biden's getting a second term, Republicans are going to lose, Democrats are going to have both House and Senate, you believe your ass. That's God's will, not our will to sit there and say, oh, we're being screwed. There's people that say, oh, God, has anyone ever thought God might have a plan for this country? I guess Black Jesus didn't comment. I'll go put the ham away. There. Okay. Look. Let me put it to you this way, Black Jesus. Everyone's lives matters. Everyone's lives. Black lives matter. Transgendered lives matter. Whites, gays, lesbian, trans, Hispanics, Mexicans. A life is irreplaceable. When you're dead, your good is gone. So if they want to sit there and say blue lives matter, well, they're basically contradicting themselves by saying police lives matters, but blacks don't matter. Everyone's lives matter, no matter what. Everyone's lives matter. Everyone who's a living, breathing person, animal on this planet matters. You don't think I don't think rabbits' lives matter? Look how cute they are. Do you think you want to sit there and eat him? Hi. You want to kiss him? Is that why you're here? Can't kiss him that well. He's basically, The Republican Party has their own agenda, and what they want is they don't want, they claim Black Lives Matters, but they treat every black person like a criminal. They claim every black person or Hispanic person stereotypical as a mental illness. Some of these blacks and Hispanics work their ass off. Same with Asians. They claim blacks and Hispanics and Asians are lazy. I mean, look around. Blue lives matter just as much as black lives. But Republicans, they want to believe that the inflations is number one, for example, in this country, right? Think of it this way, Black Jesus. You know as well as I do, you and I, if you're on disability or you're poor, and you got to basically make sure you get 30 days of food in your belly, you have to plan it carefully. A Republican, they can just go down and buy a whole cow with their money. and laugh all the way to the freezer. They can buy a whole pig. They can buy a whole goat. They can buy a whole lamb. They can buy a whole freezer full of lobster tails. They can buy so much. And they can laugh at you because you got to eat beans and rice. So who's the fucking evil one? Republicans. But because I'm playing devil's advocate here, same goes with the Democrats. They can go and buy $20 pints of ice cream like Pelosi, fill their freezers up with anything they want to eat or drink. Well, you got to live on beans and rice. And you're the one that voted these fuckers in. And me. And everyone else in this country. We all voted them in. They get to fucking treat us like shit. And that's where we need to draw the line and say no money. Did you know history? Did you know before Ike and Nixon became president and vice president, that presidents in Congress, in the Senate, didn't have a retirement? They put it into power. Before that, George Washington, they offered him $25,000 a year. He said, no, just buy my food. Other presidents took the 25, or it said the cost of living is too high, $50,000 a year, whatever. Other people, when they got out of office as Congress and the Senate, they went back to their practices, whether it be lawyers, bakers, restaurateurs, hotel owners, whatever they did. They literally, Black Jesus, went back to their old professions. Nowadays, they stay in because they know they can get the retirement. But are they helping us? No. Every senator in Congress are fucking corrupt. They take kickbacks. They pass laws that hurt us. Farmers basically farmers used to be able to sell raw milk, but apparently it made people sick. So big corporations forced the farmers to send the milk to the processing plants where they put hormones in it, homogenized it, pasteurized it, sent it off to the stores. You couldn't buy raw milk. The farmers did, putting them in glass jars and sending them off to people like you that would have your milk delivered every morning at home. They literally made you go to the store to get your milk because that was the self-interest groups of big corporations. I mean, there's too much corrupted corporations out there fucking screwing you over with all their fucking kickbacks and bribes and money they're paying into it. For example, here's one for you, Black Jesus. You probably know this. People that buy guns and use guns, they want to basically make it so any guns used against someone, self-defense, or a mass shooting like in Texas, the gun companies should be liable. No, gun companies shouldn't be liable, but these Democrats want to do that because they think it would cut people down from buying guns, but it might shut the companies down. Ruger, Bushmaster, Smith & Wesson, Glock, XDs, all out of business in this country because they're liable for billions of dollars because one bullet, if they want to make the guns, the gun makers liable for a mass shooting, then why don't we make it 50% liable for the gun companies and 50% for the bullet makers? If you own a gun but you don't have the bullet, and you fire the bullet's liable. But instead, who's liable? The person's liable to pull the trigger. But they want to say the gun makers and the ammo makers are more liable for, I mean, this is how stupid our country has gotten. They're trying to do self-interests. I mean, has anyone seen anything on the news about the I guess they don't have it. I was hoping to see if there's something about what's it called? I guess they don't have it. You know, I was hoping to see something about in the news. Uvalde, that's what Uvalde, you know. And I was trying to remember the name, but I also was hoping to see if there's something at the Johnny Depp case, you know, but still, it's sad. Look, Republicans are basically one of these, they only believe in what they believe in, Black Jesus. That's why when you go to the polls, you got to basically look at everything they stand for, and the Democrats and the Independents and the Communist Party and whatever else parties, Socialist Party, whatever, and see what they stand for and if they go with you. Now, if the Democrats sit there and stand for Roe versus Wade needs to be stayed, and you think Republicans want to basically make it so women are slaves to the men, then you vote Democrat. If you believe that your gun rights are being infringed, you go Republican. If you believe that Roe versus Wade is going to be overturned and you need to make a statement and you want to make a statement, you go vote independent or Democrat, whatever you believe in. If you believe that there should be some type of minor gun control to keep guns from being used against schools, you vote with your heart. You don't vote for one party over the other if they don't have all your ideals. If they believe that a black person who's disabled shouldn't have Social Security because they're black, vote Democratic. I mean, you got to look at the big picture of what you're voting for. You go to the polls, you read your voters book pamphlet, and you see what they are for and what they're against, and you vote accordingly. Me, I am voting accordingly in my own heart, just because I don't believe certain issues, you know. Well, that's the truth. You sit there and you vote accordingly. You don't vote non accordingly. I vote the way my heart says it. What the hell is this? Another emails. See, I get like 20 emails a day with "Are you Democrat? Are you Republican? Please confirm." Blah blah blah. No, I ain't confirming shit with these people, you know. But anyways, looks like the comments petered out. Why Jesus isn't commenting, and we got 2 people watching, and I might let this go to 4 hours and then leave due to the fact that no one's commenting. You know, that's my rule. No comments, I leave. I can always come back later. My thing is what it is. You know, because, you know, I can always come back and do another video. But the other problem I have is for all you viewers is what to watch on TV today. With Chloe in bed, that means I got at least 8 hours of comfortness and quietness, which means she won't chat. Of course, trying to have a heart-to-heart with her on certain issues. You should have seen yesterday. Here's a good story for you guys. Chloe's standing around, right? And I wake up, right? And I'm in bed. And she's making a lot of noise. Oh, I got to get the ham ready. And I go back to sleep. I get up at like 12:30. Call my dad, tell him, oh, I'm sorry, you know, I'm sleeping. He said, oh, no worries. He made a joke, good morning. I figured you were sleeping. Dad knows me too well. He claims I have this fatigue syndrome, you know, chronic fatigue syndrome. That's what he claims I have. Chloe, of course, knows I'm trying to sleep again, you know, after Dad. And Chloe says, oh, are you going to get out of bed? And I said, no, there's not enough milk. Well, I made enough milk to get by probably till Thursday if I milk it carefully. And so I said, "Oh, there's not enough milk." She said, "You shouldn't be depressed over milk." Well, I am, you know. So, you know, but it's Wednesday. So we only have 2 days till payday. And she says, "Oh, it's 2 days till payday. You know, um, I'll be taking a nap Friday after rent. I'll get up 4 hours later after you get your tobacco in your milk, and I'll take a nap and then go pay the rent." And I was like, okay. But the problem is she was sitting there, you know, earlier before I napped, and she was like, "You don't want me to talk. You don't want me to talk. What makes you think that? You're watching things." Well, Chloe comes out yesterday, right? Mean as she is at times. I was browsing a website. Right? And there's a website out there. There's a website for everything, it seems, right? So I was browsing a website, and Black Jesus is probably still here listening to my story, and I was crying. And Chloe's like, "Why are you crying?" And I was looking at my phone, my tablet, right? I actually went to the thing on the phone here too, my computer, and I downloaded some pics. And I sent the picture to my cousin Dinky with a sad face. Well, Dinky didn't give a shit. I was crying anyways, but I was still crying, right? And I don't cry. I'm a woman who holds my emotions really well. But I'm sitting there crying. And Chloe grabs my device when I'm on the toilet, and she says, "Why are you crying?" And she's reading this, right? It's a mausoleum. A mausoleum with a name plaque on it. Rita's dad. Rita's dad. And I'm sitting there, and she's like, "He's always with you, but you shouldn't be crying over your dad. He's dead." You know? It said U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, Korea veteran, Vietnam veteran. That was my dad. Born 1937, died 1990. I was crying. Then she tells me to snap out of it. Then I decided to click on another picture. I actually saved it. And I was crying. And I looked over, realizing my grandparents is in the same cemetery my dad's buried in. He's in a crypt, mausoleum where my grandparents are in the ground. And I was crying. And she says, "Well, you shouldn't be crying over your grandparents." Then I decided to click on another one. And I saw my uncle who died. And I know my aunt's going to be buried next to him. That's why there's another slab that's not been ready, Then I looked at another picture next to my next to my uncle who died is my other uncle. So my grandmother and her husband and step grandpa buried in one. And my grandmother and step grandpa, they're buried with their name. And then I found my father and my grandparents and my aunt and uncle and um, and my other grandmother, my father's mom, my grandmother Marion. And Chloe's like, "They're all dead. Get over it." But how would you feel if you're sitting there and you want to see your father's headstone again, but you can't go to Ohio? So I looked it up. Found there's a website for it. Thinking maybe my sister who committed suicide has the headstone. Nope. She was cremated. Just like I heard. But I was sad. My mom was cremated. My husband was cremated. And, she was being bitchy. And then, I'm trying to watch some TV and she keeps going on and on and on. So finally I decided to climb into bed. I'm like full of chicken noodle soup. Literally full of chicken noodle soup. I fell asleep. Must have slept, what, 7 to 9 hours. I got up and I want to go back to sleep. Not enough milk. Finally, I told Chloe, if you did the fridge cleaning, you did a good job. You didn't do this. Oh, well, yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, clean this container out completely and I'll make some milk. Then she says, oh, you want your coffee? I said, no, I'll make it. So I made my coffee. Then, had to use the toilet, emptied out all the soup, but, it was sad because, I was crying and I don't cry. And yet my feelings are, a guy like my dad who served Korea and Vietnam has my respect. Chloe, she just didn't care. She said U.S. Marine Corps. It's U.S. Marine Corps, not corpse. I already had ham, remember? And because the pots and pans are cleaned, I can make eggs if I want to later. But I had some ham. The ham was okay. I think it needed some seasoning packet or something. I cooked it as is. So, it could be my body's not used to pig anymore either. But the thing is I gotta figure dinner out Friday. So I might just get some sourdough bread and some sandwich meat and make club sandwiches again. Oh, I love a good club sandwich, put little toothpicks in it, and that's one of my specialties is club sandwiches. And maybe I'll see about some fried chicken or something eventually. I love fried chicken, fried chicken, and for breakfast, don't know, but the thing is I already ate, so gotta let my food settle. I already had soup yesterday, so yesterday morning I had peanut butter sandwiches. Chloe said, "Oh, did you eat breakfast?" I had a banana and I had 3 peanut butter sandwiches, and I waited till lunchtime, and then I had 2 cans of soup. And then, once my belly was settled, I went and I laid down, and went to sleep. Because, I didn't want to hear Chloe bitching about my family dead, and I wanted to sleep. It was like a depression mechanism where I was sleeping a bit. Dad said, "Oh, you must be depressed." I said, "Oh, yeah, I am." Chloe won't get the hint to leave. She thinks buying pipe tobacco will be a good thing. And Black Jesus, one of the things I said to Chloe last night is I said, you verbally abuse my advocates. Now they don't want to fucking deal with you. You verbally abuse me. You've done so much bad shit in your life. I don't want to put up with your shit. You need to go. And yet, anytime you verbally abuse me or you treat me like crap or do something that's wrong to me, you should be paying me for it. I mean, that's how I see it. Compensation. I mean, literally. Oh, we need to get you some pipe tobacco so you can smoke your pipe and go on walks. Yeah. While you're at it, find me a tamper. Because I can't remember where my tamper went. My pipe tamper. I can find a pipe tamper. You can order a pipe tamper. No, I've never been with a black man. I knew some people that were really great friends of mine that were black, but no, I've never been with a black man. The only man I've been in who couldn't transition to female was Aaron. Otherwise, I had wives. Aaron was the guy that cooked for me. 5-star chef, I tell you. And when he died, I learned to. I guess this is a good time as any, Black Jesus, to tell you a story about Aaron. As I told you, I think how he died, right? Oh, he woke up at like 12:30 in the morning. He did a cigar review on his own channel, Cigars, K-A-R, Sikar channel. And he was complaining about chest pain that day. He was having a walking heart attack, and he was smoking a cigar then. And he thought it was just indigestion or something. So when I caught up with him to walk the dogs, I didn't realize until I got to the bus stop across the street from our apartment complex to catch the bus to see the doctor that he basically shaved his head completely bald, got rid of his beard. And that's when I said, "Oh, you shaved, honey." He says, "Oh, it took you that long to, And he said, "Oh, you look nice today." We got on the bus, went to town, met my uncle and family, and he made me go up ahead because I was running late for my doctor's appointment. And the doctor was running late. And then he waited all day at the walk-in clinic saying he's having chest pain. And they said, "You're not dying, park it." So, finally he left after they told him to come back tomorrow. They didn't recommend him go to the hospital. They didn't do ambulance, nothing. So all of a sudden, I'll tell you the story. So all of a sudden, the next day, my apartment manager, Mary, before I had her, the manager called me and said, "Oh, are you two ready to come down today and sign your papers?" I said, "I can't, not today. I'll come next week." And she says, "Why?" And I was already on my way to Ephrata. So I said, "Well, I have some issues." She said, "Well, I can give this a unit to someone else." I said, No, I have some issues, but we only need one unit." She says, "Well, your husband wants one too because of the snoring." I said, "There is no husband." She said, "What, last night he left or something?" I said, "He died." She said, "Here today, gone tomorrow." She says, "I'll give you the week. You're going to need some time." So, I was heartbroken. So when I was doing my YouTube videos here on this channel, I had some archived. And one of the videos I did was talking about the responsibilities I had. Not only did my father-in-law get the rental deposit back, which was $1,000, but I had to clean his apartment out, recycle things to the Habitat for Humanity, keep what I wanted, donate some stuff to other people. And by the time I got his place done, the only thing left was a freezer, this freezer. Eventually, the manager gave me another week because she wasn't ready to clean his unit up, which was all cleaned. I even steam cleaned the carpets, so they didn't need anything. I deep cleaned everything, top to bottom. And then she goes in and looks, and she says, "Oh, the freezer, you can wait a week." So a week later, because I was going from my place to his place for the next week, getting my foods out. And in one of my videos, Black Jesus, I was talking about the responsibilities I had. Not only did I have to write my own letters, make my own phone calls, handle 2 dogs. One got put down, by the way, because of aggression. He bit me, and the police took him away and put him down. I kept mopping because he was scared at the new place. And then on top of that, manager wanted him out anyways, Blizzard, because he was a barking dog. He was an Eskimo. And then on top of that, in my videos, I was talking about more responsibility. Not only did I have to take care of my husband's apartment, I even slipped and broke my phone. Phone cracked, completely shattering. And this was at Motorola. And yet I said, and this is how I said it, Black Jesus. I said, I had responsibilities. Not only did I have to get his place clean and go see doctor's appointments, I literally had to do other things. Like one day, father-in-law would call me and say, "Oh, can you get to the Social Security office? I need to have you put a Social Security in so the number's closed, because it'll take another 3 to 4 months for them to give death benefits. And you don't want to keep getting his debit card," which I knew my husband's PIN, "and use his money when he's dead. That's illegal." Well, I'm not going to steal from my dead husband. So I said, "I'm going to Social Security anyways. I'll make the second part about Aaron, or the first part, get the second part done." He said, "Thank you." Well, he basically demanded that they give him his state ID to him. The state ID was supposed to be destroyed, but the coroner investigator in the coroner just gave it to him in memory. But Dad got $1,000. But Dad wanted half Aaron's stuff that Aaron had, like box sets and DVD sets and computers and everything else to him. But I had to pay the shipping. So I was like, no. So what happened? I had that responsibility. So I had to make, in my video, I said I had to go and, get up early, 4 in the morning, and I have to go to Social Security. And I would go there. I'd go to Social Security office, by making a phone call to the medical shuttle. They always went to Social Security, so it didn't matter. So I'd call them up, and I'd be like, "Oh, how much to go on the medical shuttle?" Usually it's free if you're going to a doctor. My Social Security is $5. Okay. Got on, went there, Walked in, took my things. Security guard said, "Oh, what a cute dog, service dog." Yes, okay. So I sat down, talked to Social Security, and I said, "I have two issues here. One is I need proof of income from survivors and my own Social Security. Survivors is my dad." They said, "Okay, but let's get the first one out of the way." And they said, "Yes." Handed the Social Security card and the working death certificate. Said, "Husband died." They said, "Sorry to hear that, ma'am." They did everything. I said, "Can you deactivate that? Here's the Direct Express card. Can you deactivate that too?" "Yes, ma'am." They said working certificates take 4 to 6 months to get from the coroner. It takes 4 to 6 months or longer to send them a copy of the death certificate, so they don't get informed unless someone does it. Well, Dad, of course, got the $255 burial cost too. He got that check. So I ended up with being told I couldn't get into Aaron's house for like the first 3 days, which means all our food was at his place. So finally, he talks to the detective and says, "Look, I know you guys are investigating a crime scene, but if you have to be over there, detective, make sure Rita just gets the food, right?" The lady said Rita can get whatever she wants. It was, the coroner's got the body. Well, no, but more likely it was death by something, but not, but we need to check for poisons. So when they did find out it was a heart attack, by then I already had the food, and the detective called me, came by and talked to me for like 4 hours and asking me questions. And she says, "No, we know you didn't kill him. We're just finishing up our report by asking some questions." And they said Rita, the wife to Aaron, in the coroner's report, and everything else, doggy, and you know, so the net. And I told them, what happened. They even confirmed it with the clinic. The clinic basically hid his records for 3 years until the statute ran out, and then they released him to me and my father-in-law. But before then, they weren't going to release him even to a lawyer because they knew they were in the wrong, not calling an ambulance. And so when I walked in to see my doctor with Moppy Toad, I said it was hard because, I had him retrained within 2 weeks. I had psychiatrist letters, therapist letters, all these letters, and he was retrained. I have, I could have seizures, and, he helps with my hearing and other disabilities. So what happens? Afterwards, I go upstairs and I said, "I don't have an appointment with the heart doctor, but I would like to see the heart doctor." And the heart doctor had a cancellation, so it took me in the back. And she looks at me. First thing out of her mouth is, "Where is Aaron?" I said, "I guess you didn't get the fucking memo." She said, "No." I said, "Maybe you should pull up his file." Because she was more upset that I had the dog. I said, "Or I can tell you, and then you can access the file." She said, "Tell me." I said, "You gave him a clean bill of health for 5 years." She said, "Yeah, I did 10 months ago." I said, "He's dead because he had a heart attack. You son of a bitches didn't even get him to the hospital, which is a mile away. You guys killed him." I don't remember the doctor's name offhand. The heart doctor, the time, a woman, accesses files and it says right there, "Coroner contacted us, deceased, file closed." It says right there, "Died of heart attack, clinic being investigated for wrongful doing." So then she says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, right?" So the next day, or next time I went to see the primary care or something, the doctor looked at me, my primary, Dr. C, and she said, "The heart doctor?" I said, "Yeah, what about her?" She left. She just packed up. She couldn't have the burden of Aaron's death on her head, so she moved to Florida. Great. The investigation's really pissed about it. And then I said, "Well, we still got his primary care visit." She said, "No, he left North Carolina or something. From Carolina, he had that on his head too, so he went to California, tried to fight it. Well, in California, he died recently of cancer. And on his deathbed, he had his co-workers that was close to him, like Dr. C, and he sold Dr. C privately because I saw a video recently. The one regret he had in life is he didn't do more for Aaron, and he had to run because the clinic forced him to run. They didn't want to admit his fault, the clinic's fault. So they blamed it on the doctor and the other one. Yeah. So in my video, I was talking about responsibilities, how I had to cook. I had to follow Aaron's cookbooks, grandma's cookbooks, mom's cookbooks, everyone else's cookbooks, my own cookbooks, everything else. Recipes I learned by memory. And I said it was hard. Getting up at 4 a.m, going to Social Security, coming home, swinging by the store and getting some steaks. No steaks. Coming home, waiting a few days to go get steaks. Meanwhile, cleaning his apartment. In the evening, doing a cigar review, talking about Aaron's demise, drinking whatever spirits I found in Aaron's house, was just cases and cases of booze. Turning around and talking about the responsibilities. Black Jesus is walking the dogs, taking showers and baths, doing Bible time, smoking my cigars and pipes, drinking spirits, reviewing cigars and reviews and spirits, talking about the death of Aaron, talking about the future of me, talking about how I have to, cook certain things. I mean, I remember one video I was doing something and I said, hold on a second. I went to the kitchen, grabbed my dinner and let it cool for 15, 20 minutes. It was a sausage roll. I said, before Aaron died, I didn't have all these responsibilities. Cooking, cleaning. I had the cleaning, but not the cooking. Aaron was the cooker. But, when he died, everything fell on me. Poppy wanted this. This one wanted that. Doctors wanted this. Apartment managers wanted that. I mean, literally, it was like 4 a.m. I would wake up, Black Jesus, and midnight I'd go to bed for like 2 months. It was like from August to like October something. It was just straight that way. Or the night I was getting ready to move in October 3rd. What happened? What happened, Black Jesus? I had to literally stay up over 36 hours, packaging up everything else I owned, cleaning an apartment, and getting a nap in. Getting up and loading the truck, reloading the truck, cleaning, getting in the car, going to the other place, unloading a quarter of the stuff, taking people to dinner, getting into my new place. The next day, putting everything away that was in my apartment, making it home to make more room, then moving more stuff out boxes, putting stuff away, putting more stuff away, and then having my cousin come in the evening because he was working and helping with some furniture, and then leaving more furniture in the truck, and then 2 days later paying more money for U-Haul, which almost hurt me financially, just so I can get everything on. Then I had to put everything back away in my new place, and then make dinners and everything else, and then get everything the way I was for my new home, while doing cigar reviews outside and waiting for the internet to be put together. Then going to the library to use the internet. Mind you, use the internet at the library while waiting for internet to be installed at home. Then fighting the internet company and then going back to the library while turning around and going grocery shopping at Rite Aid, Safeway, Walmart, and doing everything myself with a little shopping cart, all by myself, walking down before a winter, and then having surgery, and then doing this and doing that, and then doing this, and then being independent until I decided to bring Chloe in 2017. 8 months responsibility. Now, I miss the responsibilities, I do, but I have enough responsibilities with Chloe on my plate already. And how Chloe gets away with blue murder, I will not know. So anyways, with Black Jesus basically not commenting, I am going to leave this video go on because it's almost 7 a.m. here and I have to use the bathroom. So if I'm gone 10 minutes, please enjoy the entertainment of the bunny, because once I do the bathroom, it takes me like 3 minutes or so with soap because, the toilet. So I want to give you a heads up. I'm not going to leave yet. I'm getting really good, but, with no comments, I'm just hanging around to see if Pee-wee's going to join us. But yeah, anyways, like I said, it's been really hard on me responsibility-wise, really hard. And that's really hard for me, due to the fact that I am a human being that had too many responsibilities, I mean, literally, first week I was basically overwhelmed, do with everything in my powers. You know, plain and simple. And then overwhelmed today when Gail showed up. I don't know what happened to Gail actually. She'll know, but you know what? Let me see. That's really cool learning what an awesome story. I'll definitely log on a little bit later to check out what you got going, if not tonight. Well, I'm not going to be on tonight. That's the thing. You see, the problem is when I log off, I'm only going to be logging off till Pee Wee shows up, which I should email Pee Wee and see, she wants me to go live when she gets up. I should email that because once you leave, I can actually use the bathroom and put a movie in and wait. The thing is, I'm not going to be doing anything tonight. That's the thing. I do mine in the morning because at night, I'm usually sleeping, Black Jesus, honestly. So, that's the thing, You're busy and I'm busy, and frankly, sorry. So, that's the thing, once I log off, it's directly to the bathroom, directly to the shower, and then directly to movies because there's nothing more to do due to the fact that no one's around. See, the thing is I don't plan to log in Black Jesus at night. That's what I'm saying. You see, I was up at 12:30 this morning, okay? So if I end up going to bed between 2 and 4 again or 5, between Pacific time, I ain't getting up until I'm up. And then, it'll be the usual thing: coffee, letter writing, um, the shower, unless toilet paper comes in today, like Pee Wee claims it is. And then, all I have to do is, if there is toilet paper delivered today, supposedly like Pee Wee said, then I can turn around and keep the video going without needing to worry about the shower. Because if I have to use the shower part, I'll log off till Pee Wee gets on, and then afterwards, I won't be on until Pee Wee's on or till tomorrow. I mean, literally, Pee Wee. It's a hit and miss with Pee Wee. It's also a hit and miss with Mark. It's a hit and miss with Cam. It's a hit and miss with anyone. Gail says, "Oh, I'll be on later." Well, her later could be a week from now. Frankly, I don't cater to people, so technically, like I said, so when I log off, that's it. But my point is it is what it is. So, when you say, that's really cool and very understanding why, what an awesome story. Well, it was hard on me. I'll definitely log on a little bit later to check out what you got going. Well, that's a Pee Wee's round. If not, or if not tonight, well, you can check on tonight, but I ain't going to be on tonight. Yeah, I mean, if you got the bell notification when I do live channels, you'll know when I'm on. But thing is that I do have a life, and that life includes YouTube videos, which I still got to talk to Chloe about. See, I have a problem with communications. When it comes to communicating to you, Black Jesus, or Pee Wee, or Cam, or Higgins, or Mark, I express sometimes in stories, sometimes my own opinions from reading newspapers. But when it comes to one-on-one, like my cousin Dinky on Discord, it's hard to basically come out and say, "Oh yeah, so I write a letter about it." But then again, what is this about this? There's two things here. The embattled Uvalde School District Police Chief says he's in contact with investigators, but it declines to answer the questions. Okay, summer of travel hell. Trial of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. What about this? You see, it too much and not enough. Yeah, you see, that's what fucking sucks. You want to fucking read something, you can't read it. So, but there's two people watching. So, unless you guys are going to answer me in comments, the people that are still here, I'm going to give you 5 more minutes and then I'm logging out. And then I'm going to do my own personal business and then TV time. and write letters, because I write letters better when I'm watching TV. So, and that's one of the things I do. I do keep my mind busy, which it's Wednesday, so I have to probably spend an hour or so putting together envelopes, which my little stickers work better than that. Someone cooked baked tomatoes and fish. Hmm. So one person says, talking about something or other, and someone says to me, wanting to eat healthy and such wanting Guinness for breakfast. Yeah, if you're interested in beer for breakfast, there's a problem with that, if you have beer for breakfast. But I'm gonna guys give you up to 4:30, 4 hours, 30 minutes, and I'm logging off. I've already emailed Pee Wee, so that means it gives me a chance to write my letters, wait for Pee Wee's reply, and to use uh, first the toilet, then the shower, then write my letters. Because oh, that reminds me, it's almost 7, so I assume the USPS has already got their things set up for today, right? Let's look, because I want to know if Informed Delivery has any letters from my aunt. You see, the longer my aunt waits, the longer I'm going to wait. Let's see, no mail today, figures. So I get to wait another 24 hours before I send out my cousin-in-law's letter, which reminds me, I need to send a message to my cousin Dinky real quick. By the way, for all of you out there wondering, Airy Sky Rita Lee has a Discord channel. So if you have any suggestions or whatever, you can always log into Discord. So, anyways, I see there's 2 people watching, and I could always check there to see who it is. Usually, Black Jesus said he was leaving, so that leaves me with 2 other people, and if they're not commenting, it just shows I'm the participant. So, I have a way to check. I'm the administrator, so anyone can with the 3 dots next to live chat. So, but yeah, anywho, like I said, I will be leaving. I will be uh, logging in later, probably. But I do want some TV time. I just don't know what movie to watch today. I watched Missing in Action series with Chuck Norris 2 days ago. Yesterday, I watched The Bucket List. I love The Bucket List. Makes me think, we don't live forever. So, you got to enjoy your life to the fullest. I wish someone out there on my YouTube channel would send me a Canon camera, like a D90, that I could hook to a tripod and use it for high quality video for my channel instead of going directly through YouTube for the webcam. Because, the webcam's okay, but a higher quality camera would be good. But most people, it's just a wish. It's not going to ever happen. But still, we have our things and then we have our things. I also need to do some research on some stuff sooner or later. I do need to grab 12 envelopes or so, get those prepped, like you said, one at a time. When Chloe's up, I'll probably do that so I don't have to rack myself. I have the letters ready. I just got to sign my name to them and fill them in and get the addresses off my address book and send them out Friday. So Chloe will get me a book of stamps. So she'll just go to the post office and say, I need stamps for 18, and then stick them all in the outgoing mail at the post office. It'll be cheaper to do it that way. And the post office loves me anyways because I send mail anyways. And then Friday, I got to go to the pharmacy and get a couple cards. Father's Day, so I got to send one to Dad, one to my uncle. I might even send one to Corey just to be a nice person, kind of Corey. So, but like I said, it's 4 hours, 30 minutes, 8 seconds. No one's here. So I'll talk to you guys a little later when I get back. So please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion, hit the like, subscribe button. It's wholesome fun for your family, including your dogs, cats, your bunny, service dogs. Thanks for watching, and God bless you in everything you do. Or look for me after I go use the toilet in the shower. That might work too, just depending on Pee Wee's stands, where Pee Wee stands. Thank you. God bless you.